I live in a pretty affluent neighborhood due to getting a decent inheritance from my parents. I got their house and some money, which would have been more than enough for me to live on for quite a while. Even though I didn't make a lot of money, working as an adjunct professor at a nearby community college, I really enjoyed the work. Because of this, even though I technically didn't need to work right now, I still continued to do so. I mention this because I was a bit out of place in this neighborhood. I was unmarried and I didn't have any kids either. Along with that, I worked a job where I sometimes had to deal with some unruly and immature children. All these things together made it so that if someone were to try and do something to me, it really could have been any number of people. I had gotten home from work around dusk one day. It was my favorite day of the week because I didn't have any night classes to teach. The sun was almost all the way down when I arrived home, but not quite there yet. It was going to be trash day the following morning, so I went into the garage to get the cans ready to take out to the street. When I brought the cans outside, though, I noticed someone walking on the other side. I didn't really know my neighbors too well, so I didn't know who this was exactly. While I was taking out the garbage, I began to have this really weird feeling. I'm sure every single one of you reading this has had it before. You feel like someone is looking at you, even though you have no reason to really think they are. The feeling was so intense though, I just had to look up and see what was going on. The guy who I'd seen walking across the street was walking very slowly now, and he seemed to be staring over in my direction. As soon as he caught me looking at him though, he looked away right away. Afterward, he began walking faster down the street. I didn't really think that much about it. That sort of thing happens all the time. I finished placing the garbage and recycling cans in their proper places and went back into my home. After that, I remember fixing myself a drink. If you've ever been a community college teacher, you know exactly why. Sometimes when you're grading some papers, the only thing that keeps you from fearing for the future of humanity is having a solid drink. Oh, by the way, I taught English 1 and 102 specifically, so that gives you a bit of an idea of what I had to deal with. After about an hour of grading these papers, I decided to go prepare something for dinner. As I was coming back to my seat in the front room though, I just happened to look out the front window. There was a street lamp right across the street from my house. I noticed a figure standing in the shadows just to the side of the direct light. I had to squint a bit to even see if someone was actually there though. When I did, I could have sworn I saw them moving further away from the light. I thought about that guy I'd seen earlier that had been looking at me. Now I was mildly concerned. I didn't really think though that someone was out there targeting me or even aware of my presence in any way. Instead, I thought maybe someone was out there planning to break into one of my neighbors' houses or something. It was merely a passing thought though. Sometimes I knew I could let my imagination get away from me. I tried not to concern myself too much. I had some dinner and continued grading papers. I didn't see anything else strange the few times I'd gotten up and checked again. I did keep looking out the window though, just in case this figure actually was someone shady. There was one time I thought I might have seen someone skulking about, but I couldn't be completely sure. By the time I ended up going to bed that night, I had all but forgotten about seeing that figure outside. Later on though, I woke up in the middle of the night, breathless and completely unaware of what was going on. All I knew was that I woke up in shock in bed and couldn't breathe for some reason. After my head started to quickly clear up, I realized someone was in my room and they had their hands over my nose and mouth and were trying to smother me. I bucked and struggled, but you have to know how hard it is when you can't breathe. I went into full-on panic mode. Something occurred to me in that moment. If this person was trying to kill me, maybe I should just act like I was dead. So I went limp, rolled my eyes, and held my chest still, holding my breath and not struggling anymore. I pretended to be dead. This person still held their hand over my face for a few more seconds, but after they removed them, I did my best not to breathe and to make them think I was truly dead. The person stood up for a moment and looked over at me. Then he turned and walked out the door, not even bothering to check my pulse. I was shocked, but I began to take short little breaths until I was sure he was far enough away. Then I really pulled in the freaking air. I was scared, but I got up. I was hurting from the smothering, but I was determined to get this guy. Unfortunately, he left the house and got away before I could catch up to him. Instead of trying to follow him, I called 911. I can't really think of why anyone would try to kill me. To this day, I have no idea who he was or why he tried to do it at all. Fortunately, I never had any other attempts on my life, but that also keeps me from having any idea why this could have possibly happened. When I was about 14 years old, my parents began letting me stay home by myself. At first, it was only times when they would go out to eat or something of that sort. It was nice to have a few hours in the house by myself, but when I proved to them that I was able to stay home alone without any problems, this amount of time definitely increased over time. When I was 15 years old, I actually got to stay home by myself over a 4-day weekend. My parents wanted to go on a holiday cruise. They hadn't planned on going without me. I just had no interest in going at all. I wouldn't tell them this for years afterward, but being on a big ship like that in the middle of the ocean was pretty damn scary to me. Plus, it would be nice to have the house all to myself for a whole 4 days. Up to that point, 2 days had been the longest I'd ever been allowed to be by myself. I had the best plans for the time I was going to be home, too. I was going to eat myself a ton of pizza, play a ton of video games. Actually, I think that was about it. It sure was going to be the perfect weekend, though. They left on Friday morning. I did have school on that day, and I got out of school at the normal time. Normally, my mom would pick me up and drive me home, but I was going to be walking home that day. There weren't many kids from the school who walked, so it was pretty much me, myself, and I on the way home. It was about a 30-minute walk or so through town, then through part of my neighborhood to get home. My mom was a homemaker, so this was one of the few times when I got home that I found the house completely empty. It was a really weird experience, and I have to admit it did feel a little strange at first. My dad was a doctor, so we lived in a pretty nice and big house. Being alone in such a place is always quite the experience. That night, I put my plan into motion. I ordered some pizza, grabbed myself some soda, and didn't tell my parents at all, but I nicked some drinks out of the liquor cabinet too. I settled in and played some video games until I fell asleep in my room. I didn't bother to turn on any of the lights in the house either. Whenever I had to walk around to get something or otherwise, I just walked around in the dark. I could still see where I was going because of outside lights shining in through the downstairs windows. Plus, I was playing all these horror games, and those are best to play when you keep the house nice and dark. I was wearing my headphones as I was playing too. If you play horror games, you know they're a lot more fun with the headphones in. You can hear the sounds that might be warning you of upcoming terror approaching you from behind or around a corner perhaps. It makes the situation a whole lot scarier, but that's why we enjoy it. I kept my headset on as I was walking throughout the house too, since these were wireless headphones. A few times I went and grabbed myself another drink. I didn't worry about my parents finding out about that though. They drank enough that I highly doubted they would pay attention to a tiny amount missing from their liquor cabinet. I wasn't used to drinking though, so I just kept taking these tiny little sips each time I came out. I got up and went to get myself another drink, but as I was walking back toward the steps, I had the strangest feeling wash over me. I don't know how to describe it really, just like a feeling of knowing you're not alone. I hadn't gotten such a feeling before, and I really didn't care for it. Going up the stairs, I was pretty nervous. I didn't really know why though. It was just a feeling and I didn't see anything. I tried to brush it off as nothing. It must have come out of nowhere. When I got to the top though, I don't know why I did this, but I turned to look down the stairs. When I did, I found myself staring at a large man standing right there. Someone had broken into the house. Maybe they thought it was deserted because I had all the lights off at the time. When the guy saw me looking down at him though, that's when things really got scary. The man immediately started to bolt up the stairs after me. I ran as fast as I could, trying to get into my bedroom. I was able to get there just before him and get the door closed. As I locked it shut, I immediately heard pounding and slamming on the door. I ran to my cell phone. This flimsy door was not going to hold for very long. In fact, if this guy had any sense, he'd just unlock it from the outside. It didn't matter though. I called 911. The response was pretty swift. There must have been a police car close by or something, because I heard sirens pretty much instantly. I guess the guy heard them too, because he stopped pounding on the door. I heard him running away back down the stairs. I didn't know what to do, so I went to look out the window. My window faced the backyard, and that's the way the intruder chose to get out. I watched as he jumped over the fence. Unfortunately for him though, the cops caught up to him pretty much right away and tackled him down to arrest him. They brought him by the house so I could identify him as the same man I'd seen. Even though it had been completely dark, I knew that this was him. The guy ended up going to jail after a long process, and I was pretty happy about that. What I wasn't happy about were the memories of what happened though. I was walking around the house with my headphones on, and the man was in there the entire time while I was doing this apparently. I wonder how much was going on in that house that I hadn't noticed in those moments. I wonder why he'd just been in there with me totally unaware, just hanging out the entire time. I wonder how long I really had been in danger. During the big economics boom in Japan, there were many theme and amusement parks that opened up. Unfortunately, the fierce competition between them and the following economic recession caused many of them to close back down. Very few opened up again, and those that didn't remain open for very long. I suppose that was unfortunate for business and the theme park industry, but it's left some really interesting abandoned places in Japan. Exploring an old empty house is one thing, but exploring an entire park when you're the only people there is something on a whole different level. Most major parks, despite what many might think, have been demolished by the time I went exploring, so most of the ones I had been to were smaller venues that no one might have heard of before. That might be another reason why they all closed down actually, because not many people used to go to them. There's definitely a pretty high creep factor in being in those places, and I have to admit, the places can play tricks on your mind that you wouldn't believe. You always constantly feel like you're being watched, always thinking you might see something that isn't really there. And that's what the worst part is. If you really do see something, how can you really be sure it actually happened? That was the huge appeal of going to these places though. You get to freak yourself out pretty badly, while remaining mostly safe. I've had my fair share of freakouts just like that. Those are all different stories though. This happened at the third abandoned theme park I decided to go and explore. It was a pretty old one. Honestly, I couldn't understand why it hadn't been torn down. I was taking a risk with the time I spent looking for it, honestly. I thought surely it must have been gone before I'd actually found it. At the entrance, I noticed something weird though. There was a board that had nails in it, with the point of the nail sticking upward. It was like the owners of the park wanted a cheap way to keep people out or something. It was easily detectable and I stepped right over it. As I kept on walking though, I tripped on what I later noticed was a tripwire and fell right on my face. I had to admit, that was pretty clever. The park itself didn't disappoint. I know it had some rides, but not a whole ton of them. There were tons of booths that had once probably sold food, merchandise, and had games to play. Everything was run down, rusted, crusty, overgrown, and wonderfully spooky. It didn't take long for the creep factor to really set in, and that feeling of being watched came over me pretty quickly. In fact, I began to get pretty paranoid. That was perfectly normal, though. As I continued walking, though, I was sure I'd just seen someone out of the corner of my eye hiding behind something. I turned swiftly to look and see if anyone was there, but when I didn't see anything at all. I didn't really give it too much thought. That's normally how these sorts of situations go. I was really enjoying the ambiance as I was walking around. Since I had seen someone nearby this merry-go-round type thing, I decided to go over and check it out. This thing was really run down. The riding animals were all decayed and filthy looking. I also noticed something really unusual though. A couple of them had barbed wire wrapped around them. It was pretty obvious if you looked closely, so no one would be stupid enough to actually get on the ride and hurt themselves. It just seemed really weird though that anyone would wrap them up like that. As I continued around, I noticed a lot of weird things like this. Barbed wire here and there, a place where there were more tripwires set up. This time I was ready for it and didn't trip. All this did make me start to wonder though. Had someone been here before? Why were there all these booby traps around? There was one roller coaster in the park that wasn't really that big. There was still a train on the tracks, and it was trapped too. It was more subtle razor wire wrapped on the drop-down harness. It was odd, and I couldn't quite figure it out. I thought I heard some footsteps quickly running behind me. When I turned around, I could have sworn I saw someone dash behind one of the booths. I felt my anxiety go up when I saw that, wondering if that really was my imagination just getting the better of me. I cautiously approached the area I thought I saw the person run behind. I was really nervous. I was expecting someone to pop up and attack me. As I walked around the back though, I couldn't see anyone there. I was getting really nervous. I wanted to be freaked out, but when the freaking out actually happens, it can feel a little weird. In the moment, you wonder what's going on. Then, I noticed something else. There was a cigarette on the ground, and it appeared to still be smoking a little. My heart jumped in my chest when I saw that, because that indicated I truly was not alone here. Then I heard a noise. It was a human scream, but not like a pained scream. It was something else altogether. The kind of scream you'd make if you wanted to attack, rather than being attacked. I turned toward the sound and saw another person. They were crouched behind the train of the roller coaster. He was standing right where I had been standing before. It kind of made me wonder if he had been there the entire time. He didn't attempt to run away or anything. He just crouched down behind the train so only his eyes were above and looking at me. The look he was giving me was not something I really wanted to see. It was quite scary. It was a look that told me I was not welcome here. I heard a noise off to the side of me. When I looked over, I saw another person. They were both male and both very young. They were both shirtless, with tattoos covering their torsos, and were wearing cargo shorts. What got me the most was the look in their eyes. I decided I had to leave. I was scared, though, that even if I moved, they might come after me. All they were doing, though, was looking at me, and my eyes met theirs each time. I had a feeling these were not the only two people here. I started walking toward the entrance after. I kept looking back over my shoulder to see if they were still there. However, they hid themselves again. I heard that horrible scream once more. It terrified me. Like an idiot, I started running and forgot about the tripwire at the entrance. I tripped on it, and as I was falling, I put my hands out to break my fall. As luck would have it, my left hand landed right on the board with those nails, puncturing the palm of my hand. Fortunately, I was able to pull it out rather quickly. I left that park and got as far away from it as I could. I don't know what was going on there. It makes sense people might try to live in these old places. but the things that were going on there were just way too weird. It felt like I was in danger the whole time. I never went back, and I don't tell this story to many people. I thought it might work well to share here, though. This happened a couple of years ago, back when I was a dancer at a gentleman's club in Virginia. It was the most upscale place in the city, but it still more or less catered to the regular clientele. There was a man named George who used to come in and see me a couple of times every week. He would buy dances and VIP rooms and would always tip very well, while saying things like, "I can't believe you don't have a boyfriend," and "When are you gonna let me take you out to dinner?" The thing is, I did have a boyfriend. However, like my real name, my personal life is not anyone's business. Strip clubs are a fantasy environment. If these men knew I had a boyfriend and a life outside of dancing, they wouldn't be willing to pay nearly as much money as they did. One night I was getting dressed to leave, and I was excited to get home, as my boyfriend had just come back from a tour he was on. He's in a band, and he was waiting at home for me. The club closed at 2 a.m., so I usually walked out the door and to my car around 2:30 or so. Usually we have a bouncer that walks us out, but since it was a slow night, we only had one bouncer, who was still on the clock. He was off doing something else. I was in a real hurry to get home, so I just ran to my car all alone. As soon as I started up my car and turned out of the parking lot though, another car turned its lights on and pulled out right behind me. I didn't think too much of it at first and continued on my way home until I realized that every turn I made, that car followed exactly. They even followed me onto the highway and onto the same exit my boyfriend and I lived on. We lived on the outskirts of the city in a heavily wooded area where houses are pretty far and few between. So as soon as that car took the same exit down the gravel road that led to the area my house is in, I called my boyfriend. Now, my boyfriend was a really big guy and had a bad temper too. As soon as I pulled into our driveway with the other cars still behind me, he ran out from behind his tour van with a baseball bat in tow and two of our dogs following close behind. He told me to stay in my car while he tried to see who was following me. Of course, we found out it was George. My boyfriend managed to hit the hood of his car with the bat before George could reverse back down the gravel road and disappear. I was scared, of course, because now he knew where I lived, but my boyfriend assured me there was going to be nothing to worry about anymore. I had a feeling he would adequately deter George from ever coming back. I guess a huge tattooed guy with a baseball bat and two big dogs was a pretty good deterrent in itself. I told my managers at work about the incident the next day, and they banned George from the club. A couple of months later, he tried to come in anyway, but the bouncer stopped him. His only explanation was that he thought I didn't have a boyfriend. A little bit of background about me, so you can understand where I'm coming from when I tell you I resorted to bar hopping to find love. I was born and raised in a small town in Kansas that I was dying to get away from. Pretty much since the moment I was able to speak, there was never anything to do, and the boys there never really liked me either. I've never been conventionally pretty or attractive in any way that would catch attention. I moved out of Kansas to New York City in 2008. When I was around 18, I wanted to pursue fashion. At that time, I thought I would have no problem meeting someone in a city as big as that one, but let me tell you, it was still very hard. It almost seemed like I was invisible, like even if I was in a crowded room, I was still somehow invisible to everyone there. After months of feeling sad and alone, I decided a decent place to meet people was at the bar. The first few weeks, I was too nervous to talk to anyone. but eventually I was able to take a deep breath and start some conversations. The only problem was, it seemed like all any guy wanted there was a quick hookup. I guess I can't act all that surprised though. Until one guy. He was in his early 30s or so, with me only having recently turned 21. I figured this gave me an end to a more adult-like relationship. He was tall and muscular, probably around 6'1" or so. He was so far out of my league that I was confused why he even began talking to me to begin with. For the sake of this story, we'll call him Jake. Jake texted me the same night we had met, and immediately started showering me with all these compliments. He told me I was gorgeous. He didn't understand why I didn't have people lined up to be with me. I should have seen right through the flattery. But I'd never received that kind of attention before. It made me feel good in a time in my life where all I felt was sadness. He would text and call me every day for weeks on end, just to tell me how amazing I was and how much he wanted to see me again. He said he was out of town for the next month though, had some business to attend to upstate. By the time the month had gone by though, Jake was still there, texting and calling me just as much, so we made a plan to hang out at the same place where we first met. He told me he would take care of everything. When he picked me up, he hugged me and opened the door for me, while again showering me with compliments and telling me we were going to have so much fun. He shut the door behind me and climbed into the driver's seat, pulling into what seemed like it would be endless traffic. After around 10 minutes in the car with him, his demeanor started to change. He started to act real nervous. He pulled up to the same bar and he paid for the valet. We walked inside, and he led us to a table pretty far toward the back of the bar, where a woman was there waiting for us already. I was so confused. I turned over to Jake. "That can't be our table, right?" He assured me it was. I was even more confused when he went and sat down next to the woman, asking me to sit across from them. I sat down, not really sure what to make of this. Then the woman started talking to me. She told me how excited she was to finally meet me, and that Jake had told me so much about me. I just ended up blurting out in confusion, "Who are you?" I remember her laughing a little and whispering to Jake, "Oh, I like this one." She told me she was in charge of an outreach program for what she said was a sanctuary for people not sure about where their life was going. Jake had told her how insecure and unsure I was about myself, and she could help me. All I needed to do was trust her. She would take me to their little farm upstate, and I would have no contact with what she said was the toxic world outside. I remember getting annoyed at how much she used the word sanctuary over and over. I asked her how specifically she could help me, and she told me the only way to really live a happy life was to cut out all contact from the outside world. That way there would be nothing to drag me down or make me sad anymore. The entire conversation, she was eyeing me all over like she was judging me. She said if I joined them, I would never have to feel alone again. The world was such a cruel place after all, but with them it didn't have to be. Now, I might have been somewhat young, but I could spot a cult from a mile away. I told her I would think about it, but I wanted to go home first. They offered to drive me home, but I assured them a taxi would be fine. I just wanted to get as far away from them as possible. The next few weeks were quite strange. I would get all these letters left on my doorstep at all times of the day, telling me to meet them back at the bar and join them. They also said that they were always watching me, that they cared so much about me. I had no idea why they were so persistent. I tried to continue ignoring their letters and messages, and eventually, after a few years, they stopped. The feeling of being watched, though, never really went away. I passed by that same bar many times in the past decade since, and once in a while I'll see that exact same woman sitting at the very same table with an older man and a younger girl just like I was. All I can hope is that they don't fall for the trap they're setting up for them, the trap they once tried to set up for me. I'm a 26-year-old guy and I'm relatively laid back. I mind my own business and I've never really been interested in socializing too much. I like my privacy, and keeping to myself has always seemed to work out just fine in my life. I really, and I mean really, wanted to see the Grand Canyon though, ever since I was a little kid. I wanted to go so bad, but keeping to myself for so long also meant I didn't have many friends. The friends I did have weren't all that interested in a road trip to the Grand Canyon, so I decided to go all by myself. Only I took a plane instead. Road trips are only really fun when you're with another person. This was just over a year ago, and at that time, I honestly never even thought of telling anyone that I was even leaving. I touched down in Flagstaff and I was so excited. I picked up my rental car and made my way to my hotel. The plan was to spend a day or two hanging out in the city, then a few days during the weekend exploring the Grand Canyon. By the time I checked into the hotel and got to my room, it was only around 3 p.m. or so. I watched the TV for a few hours, but decided I wanted to go out and see what the city had to offer. I was still alone though, so the initial awkwardness I felt was really intense. I just kept trying to tell myself to get out of my comfort zone and try to have a good time at least. When I stepped into the lobby, I noticed the woman who checked me in hours before was just leaving. She was around my age, so I figured she might know some places to go that might be fun. I walked up to her and tried to ask her for some tips for the area. She was really nice actually, and offered to show me around the city, maybe even take me to a few of the local bars she thought were worth going to. It seemed like a good plan, and she seemed nice enough. The first bar we went to was quite fun actually. It had more of a nightclub vibe, but I was feeling it. After a few drinks, I started to loosen up and actually enjoy the time I was having. The lady seemed like she was having a lot of fun too. We went to another bar around a couple of hours after that, and that's when the night started to really go downhill. As we walked inside, immediately the girl started acting very differently. She grabbed under my arm and kept rubbing herself up against me. I was pretty drunk at that point, and I thought she was too. Maybe she was even a little into me. She pulled me towards a table and we ordered some more drinks. She was laughing at everything I said, and let me tell you, that was a big ego boost. I started to really like this girl. And that's when I saw this big guy and his friends all walking straight towards us. He immediately grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and loudly asked me where I got off on touching his girl like that. I was pretty drunk at this point and very confused. I must have sounded like a complete idiot trying to explain the situation to him. He kept asking the same question over and over again until I finally felt myself being dragged across the bar and then outside. There was an alley beside it where I was shoved to the ground. The guy and his friends proceeded to kick me in the ribs more times than I can count, especially in the state I was already in. After a few kicks to the face and a few broken teeth later, he told me to never talk to his girlfriend again, and if I did, there would be further consequences. He spit in my face, and I laid there until I blacked out. Soon after, I woke up the next morning in that same alley, in agonizing pain. I could only remember bits and pieces of the night before, but I distinctly remember what the hotel girl had put me through. She'd used me to make her boyfriend jealous, and clearly didn't care at all about what would happen to me in the process. I picked myself up off the ground and ordered an Uber back to my hotel. After what happened the night before, I figured it might be best to switch hotels altogether. I didn't want another run-in with this guy who just beat me senseless. I took a shower, packed my bags, and hobbled out to my car while wincing in the pain of my injuries. I got out of there as quickly as possible and made it to my new hotel. I remember sighing in relief that I'd never have to see those guys ever again. I checked in, and when I got to my room, basically passed out from pure exhaustion. Throughout the night, though, I could have sworn I heard light knocking on the hotel room door. I chalked it up to possibly hearing something from down the hall, but the door handle would also jiggle here and there. I made excuses for it in my mind. Maybe it was just housekeeping, right? This continued for the next couple of days and nights that I spent resting in that room. There was one morning even when I woke up and the door was slightly ajar, only caught by the security chain. That freaked me out quite a bit, but again, I thought it must have been housekeeping trying to get in during the night to clean. I woke up at 8 a.m. Saturday morning and was super excited to finally see the Grand Canyon in person after wanting to for so long. There was still a faint taste of blood in my mouth, but I finally started to feel better, and the pain had begun to subside. I figured it was now or never. I got dressed and put sunscreen over my massive throbbing bruises and made my way out of the hotel in the parking lot toward the car. Except in the parking lot where my car should have been was instead a mangled mess of metal that had once been the rental car I'd parked there a couple of days before. All the windows were smashed, the headlights were broken, and the doors and windshield looked like they had been beaten in with crowbars or sledgehammers or something. I was shocked and scared. I didn't know what to do. I ended up calling the police and filing reports, but nothing came of it. The girl at the hotel denied everything and even claimed to not be in a relationship with anyone at all. Thankfully, I had an insurance plan for the rental car, so the damage was covered. But I did have to fork over $6,000 to fix my teeth. I spent that one day at the Grand Canyon Tourist Center because I knew I couldn't afford to come back anytime soon. To be completely honest, I didn't really want to come back. I was terrified of that place now. It really sucked how the one time I tried to come out of my shell, it ended in disaster and disappointment. My only advice for people who romanticize traveling alone is don't. My girlfriend and I had just gotten engaged, and we wanted to take a short road trip to celebrate. It was something we'd been thinking about doing for quite a while, but with work and trying to find somewhere to house our pets during the short trip, we just never actually got around to doing it. Finally though, during spring of 2019, we made some concrete plans. We figured we would drive from Southern California where we lived to Western Montana. My mom and dad had moved to Montana after retiring, so we figured it would be the perfect place to drive to. They'd been begging us to visit for a while anyway. We mapped out the whole drive and decided on a more scenic route up the 101 North, then eventually passing through Oregon, Washington, and Idaho to get to Montana. What we hadn't been expecting though was to not even make it halfway until we got the fright of our lives. The night before we left, we spent packing and talking about how excited we were to actually be getting on vacation. We decided to leave pretty early the next morning to try and get as far as possible. Driving during the night wasn't something either of us wanted to be doing. We packed our car with our bags, then dropped off our dogs at our friend's house. We made sure to tell multiple close friends and family members where we were going to, how exactly we were getting there, how long we'd be there, just in case something were to happen. We weren't planning on such an event happening, but We weren't planning for such an event to happen, but you hear stories all the time about people who could have been saved if people knew where they were going to be, or how long they were going to be gone. We didn't want to be one of those people. At the time, I was about 29 or so. I'm 6'4" and I pretty regularly attend the gym. I'm not a small guy by any means. My fiance, on the other hand, was 23 and really tiny, just under 5 feet or so. She always said that having me around made her feel much safer in a world where vulnerable people are often preyed upon. After dropping our dogs off at our friend's house, we started the long drive. We made some casual stops along the way, too. First, in a small city about an hour into the trip called Camarillo, we got some snacks and drinks, then hopped back into the car and went on our way. The drive along the California coastline is one I'd recommend to everyone. It's an absolutely gorgeous sight. In fact, my fiance kept begging me to pull over to get some pictures, so we weren't making it as far as we'd originally planned for our first day of driving. What should have taken us about 6 hours to get to San Jose eventually took 10. We got off the freeway and the sun was already starting to set. I was tired and I knew we didn't want to drive at night, so we settled on finding a place to eat and looking for a hotel. We drove by a sports bar and agreed this would be a fine enough place to stop by. We were both really tired at this point and eager to get out of the car and eat some real food, not just chips and soda. We pulled into the parking lot when the first thing I noticed was a large pickup truck parked right out front. There were only a few other cars in the lot. We took that as a good sign though, thinking the place wouldn't be too packed and we'd be able to get our food faster. We hopped out of the car and quickly locked it behind us before we walked inside. I quickly realized though this wasn't your typical fun-loving football night sort of sports bar. It was a locals-only spot. From the second we walked in, it felt like every pair of eyes in the building snapped right onto us. Not just because new people had walked in, but because outsiders had walked in. It had the same vibe as accidentally stumbling upon a major drug deal. The bar itself wasn't too nice either. You know the saying, never judge a book by its cover? Well, think that, but backwards. The outside said fun and inviting atmosphere within, but the inside said grab your stuff and don't look anyone in the eyes or else you'll get stabbed. We sat down in the far corner and checked out the very short menu. It consisted of nachos and hot dogs, and to be honest, we both had started to feel our appetites disappearing by the second. We were sitting directly next to a window where we could see our car. Two men that were hanging out at the bar began whispering while glancing in our direction. I couldn't push away the uneasy feeling in my stomach, telling me we needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Just when I was about to say we needed to leave though, the two men I mentioned walked out of the bar. I started to feel a little better, but I still really wanted to leave. I could tell by the look on my fiance's face they did too. I shook my head to say let's go, when she looked at me with this look I'll never forget. She motioned to look out the window. When I looked outside, I saw the same two men grab a bat and a crowbar from the trunk of their large pickup truck, then head towards our car and begin looking inside. I quickly whispered to my fiancée to come with me to the bathroom immediately. She didn't question me and did exactly what I told her. It was a huge relief in such a situation. We got in the bathroom and locked the door behind us, looking for any window we could make our escape through. We opened stall after stall, but there was nothing we could find. The last stall, though, actually had a tiny window placed just above the toilet. The only problem was there was no way I was going to fit. I made the quickest plan in my head. It was really the only option we had. I gave my fiancée the keys to the car and told her to climb outside and approach the car once the guys had gone. I told her the second she got inside to start it and meet me at the back entrance, which was only a few feet from the bathroom door we'd just entered. In retrospect, maybe we should have just gone out the back entrance to begin with, but I was a little distracted at the time. She slipped through the window, and just as she was turning the corner, she saw the guys go back inside. I slightly opened the bathroom door and saw the guys were now questioning the other people at the bar. The weird part was that nobody was even fazed by these two men with a bat and crowbar standing directly next to them, like this was some sort of regular occurrence or something. Suddenly, a person they were talking to pointed directly at the bathroom door. I knew they saw me when they started running towards me, weapons raised and shouting at me to stay right where I was. I opened the door as fast as I could though, and was on the back exit within seconds. Thankfully, my fiancée was there in the car waiting for me. Let me tell you, I've never jumped in a vehicle that fast in my life. She started speeding away before the door was even shut. The men had just gotten outside when we were pulling out of the parking lot. Their shouts were drowned out by the distance growing between us. The whole situation was just so incredibly fast, bizarre, and traumatizing. My fiancé and I actually turned around and drove all the way back home. We felt we were safer in our own hometown than on the road for another 2 days, paranoid something like this would happen again. All I can say is that if you're ever in an area that you don't know, maybe be a little bit more cautious than we were that night. I'm a biologist and frequently find myself in remote locations because of this. This occurred when I was 26 and somewhere between green and seasoned. I was surveying some wetlands in a remote area of the Appalachians. It was a part of the region that's particularly dominated by thick pine forests. I always got on the county assessor site and printed off a map with landowner information so I wouldn't get tagged for trespassing. That'll get you shot if you're not careful. This particular site, there was a driveway that ran through the U.S. Forest Service land, which is public. That allowed me to get into this area a little quicker. This driveway was absolutely public property. At no point did I trespass during this event. I pulled onto this road that was clearly created by the USFS and pulled off to the side about 30 yards from a private entry gate. My vehicle was a government vehicle. The forest is old-grown pine, but the outer edges of the forest is thick with undergrowth, forming a sort of wall before you even get underneath all the pine trees. I walked about 200 yards in when nature started to call. I made like a bear in the woods and did my business. I'm used to this sort of thing, so it was no big deal. Midway through, though, I heard a yelling back at my truck. I thought, great, now what do I have to deal with? I was wrapping up my business and getting ready to walk back when I heard gunshots ring out. I stopped walking and thought, yeah, I'm not walking back in that direction. I was at a loss of what exactly I should do, though. I stood there for about a minute, considering my options, when I heard whoever it was breaking through the undergrowth on the edge of the forest. Well, shit, he's coming into the woods now. I thought again, this is public property. I was getting a really bad vibe creeping up my spine. This is absolutely the type of area where people just straight up disappear. It's very remote, and the communities are all very closed off. This county has more than double the amount of game wardens of other counties, for very good reason. I take off in a crouching jog, using my sense of direction to make it out to the main road. I was about 600 yards away when I heard more gunshots ring out. These had a crack to them, though. That meant they were coming in my direction. There was no way the guy could see me, but maybe he was hearing me and firing randomly above my head or something. Adrenaline started to kick in. I was now moving with a mix of terror and urgency to get back to the main road. I eventually made it and hid underneath a bridge. I called a colleague and gave him the details of where I was, so they could at least find my body or something. I then called 911. This was the first time in my life I ever had to call 911. The operator didn't believe me, but eventually I did get in touch with a deputy. Unfortunately, he didn't believe me either. He gave me some speech about how they were probably just shooting tin cans. Motherfucker, it's Sunday night at 7 p.m. He was too lazy to get off his ass. I moved further away into a public hunting area, and finally a game warden stopped by. At least he took me seriously. A few of the locals also came by as well, and commented that they knew that particular landowner. He's an asshole. He was from Louisiana, I guess, and not even a local. I got along well with most of the locals I had encountered, so this made a little bit more sense. After about an hour, the warden gave me a ride back to my state vehicle. That son of a bitch was parked on an ATV and had a rifle laid across his lap waiting for me in the dark. The warden and I got out of the car, and I just walked straight back to my truck and left. It was about 9 p.m. then, and I had a 4-hour drive to get home. Just enough time. I didn't want to talk to this guy. Now though, I kinda wish I knew what conversation the two had after I left. After this, I started carrying a firearm in the field with me at all times. I'm glad I trusted my gut feeling and insisted on an escort back to my truck. That was not an encounter or conversation I wanted to have with someone with an overactive trigger finger. I had all the guy's contact information from the county assessor site. I thought about mailing him a map clearly stating where his property line begins and ends, but I just let it go in the end. Maybe he thought I was some type of creeper or something. Either way, the guy's a fuckhead. I have a story of the most frightening thing that's ever happened to me. When I was 7 years old, I lived with just my mom. After she left my dad, she started dating this very nice man. He lived on our street, and after I'd say about a month of him dating or so, he started to stay over at our house at night. He was a dentist and was really funny. He used to tell me a lot of jokes before I went to bed and say things like, "Did you make sure the monster under your bed isn't there tonight? If he is, just let me know and I'll beat him up real good for you." Being the young girl I was, I often would check under my bed just to make sure. One night he said what he normally said to me, but I responded, "There are no monsters. I've checked under my bed already." No monsters were ever there whenever I checked. Now, I told him monsters weren't real. He then looked at me and said they are real. He had seen them, and I needed to be careful. That night, I woke up to hear noises coming from underneath my bed. I was horrified, of course. I laid there just listening to these sounds. I was too afraid to check underneath. I told him I'd heard something underneath my bed that night, and he told me something along the lines of, "I told you so." That following night, I woke up to the same noises, but this time, I had the courage to look underneath. I stood up on my bed and jumped to my bedroom door, then turned on the light and kneeled down and looked underneath the bed. My mom's new boyfriend, the dentist, was laying underneath my bed smiling at me. He started to say something, but I ran to my mom's room and woke her up. Needless to say, she was very confused. After that night, I never saw that weirdo around again. I guess she dropped him like a hot rock or something. Hello everyone, I have a very creepy story to share with you all. It all happened in my own home, about 3.5 years ago. I've been divorced for about 10 years now, and this happened one night when my kids were over at my house. I was asleep in bed when I began to hear a noise. It was a very startling noise, like cabinets being slammed in my kitchen repeatedly. I'll be honest, I was afraid to even go check what it was. I'd never heard something like this before in the middle of the night. My kids were home though, so I had to see what it was as fast as possible. When I went out to my kitchen, the noise had already stopped. The cabinet door to my pantry was open though, which it never was left open. I looked around my house and checked on my kids as well. They were both still in bed. My son was wide awake and had heard the noises too, but my daughter had apparently slept through it all. I didn't find anyone or any explanation for the noise. I returned to bed and stayed vigilant, but I didn't hear anything again that night. The very next night, though, I was awoken once again to the exact same noises. When I rushed to check, I came up with nothing. Once more, my son had heard it too, but my daughter was fast asleep when I checked on her. I went back to bed and laid there awake and confused for hours on end. I felt very nervous and scared about what that noise was. The next night, though, I would find out exactly what was causing it. I was dead asleep when suddenly, right next to my bed this time, my closet door began violently slamming repeatedly. I jerked awake and turned over to see my daughter standing at the closet slamming the door over and over. I was terrified as I saw she was just staring at me with this wide grin. I jumped out of bed and stopped the door from slamming. I looked down into her eyes, and she looked like she was not there. Apparently, she was sleepwalking. The next day, she told me she had no idea anything had happened at all. What's really unusual about this is that it never happened again. As far as I know, she never had another instance of sleepwalking after this. One night, I had fallen asleep on the bed in my work clothes. It had been a very long day, so I was really tired. When I awoke, it was still dark. I was somewhat delirious. I sat up and kicked off my shoes from my feet, when just then, I heard the baby on the baby monitor. I picked up the monitor and heard my wife humming. I smiled as she whispered, "Go to sleep, go to sleep." My smile faded though, as I turned over and saw my wife was still asleep in our bed. I sprinted to the baby's room. She was crying, and the window was left wide open. The screen was laying outside on the grass too. That was the most horrifying thing I could possibly imagine happening. Something very creepy happened to me on Christmas. I had celebrated the holiday that morning with my family and went to see my parents on Christmas night as well. I had to go into work though to finish up a proposal I was working on for a new potential client. I obviously didn't want to go, but it had to be finished nonetheless. I worked in a building downtown that was fairly close to a few nightclubs and bars. My office is on the 23rd floor, and in my position, I have an office, but most of the floor is filled with cubicles. My office is in the very far corner next to my boss's, so to get to that area, you have to walk by all the cubicles in the center. I didn't get there too late, probably around 8 or 9 or so, but there was nobody else there. This was my second time going it alone. It was pretty peaceful actually. If I let my imagination run wild, however, I would get spooked quite easily. As I walked the path next to the cubicles, I was reminded of what I was currently missing at home while looking at all the Christmas lights strung up, decorating people's workspaces. There were no actual lights on, but it was lit up well enough by all these Christmas lights that I could still see. I reached my office and unlocked it. I walked inside but didn't close the door. My computer and desk faced away from my door, so I couldn't see anyone that approached my door. On work days, I always found this very annoying, as I never knew who would be knocking until I got up and opened the door to check. I sat down and began working as quickly as possible. I wanted to get home as soon as I can. After a while, I'd say about an hour into it, I heard the main entrance door close. I'd never heard it open, but when it closed, it made a distinct noise that was unmistakable. I wasn't too spooked at this point though. I was just curious as to who else was unlucky enough to have to come in and finish something with me. I got up from my desk and walked out onto the floor. I looked around, but I didn't see anybody there. I called out fairly loudly, "Hello?" Nobody responded at that moment though. I started to get paranoid and freaked out because I definitely just heard the entrance door close. Somebody was here. Either they'd left immediately or they were still in here with me hiding, not responding to what I was saying. I was just about to turn around and go back into the office and try to brush off what I heard when I saw a head stick up out of the cubicle on the opposite side of the floor. Whoever it was looking right at me. I could see it appeared to be a man, but I couldn't make out any details of his face. I thought it must be one of my coworkers messing with me, so I shouted over to him, "Hey, what a time to have to come in, huh?" I hoped whoever it was would stand up and laugh with me, but they didn't. The man didn't move at all. This scared the crap out of me, so I tried to make conversation again. "Hey, guy, you know I can see you, right?" He didn't move at all. I wasn't sure what to do now. I was scared shitless, so I felt through my pocket for my keys. They were still there. I started walking down the path toward the entrance door, the whole time keeping a firm eye on this guy. As I was walking, I think he was watching me go. I looked over to the entrance door for just a second. One damn second. When I looked back, the man was already gone. After seeing this, I thought, oh my god, is he moving over toward me? I jogged the rest of the way to the door and rushed through it. I jogged over to the elevator too and slammed that button down hard. I turned around quickly as I heard the entrance door slam closed. It made that same distinct noise as before. The elevator door thankfully opened right away, and I went inside. I hit the first floor button, and the door closed quickly. I didn't see the guy following me. I drove home and told my wife what happened. I also had to call my boss and tell him the reason for not finishing my proposal that night. Thankfully, he was fairly understanding. I went back 2 days later with everyone else. I never found out who that guy was or what that was all about. Nothing was stolen or tampered with to my knowledge, so what could he have been there for that night? This encounter happened to a friend and coworker of mine about 15 years ago. We'll call this friend Jody, and she lived in a suburb of Los Angeles, California, with her parents and older brother. It was a pretty nice neighborhood, and they didn't really have to worry about crime or break-ins or anything like that. One night though, at about 2 a.m., Jody was woken up by a loud knocking at the front door. She jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway, where her parents and brother were also coming out of their rooms. The knocking had since turned into a furious pounding. "Stay here," said her father, as he made his way to the front door. All of a sudden, there was a muffled male voice shouting, "Help me! Help me!" Jody and her mom grabbed each other in fear. Her dad looked out the peephole, only to see there was nobody there. He then looked out the front window too, where he could see part of the front door and porch, but he still couldn't find anyone. He walked back towards his family when the knocking started up again, this time much more frantic. The voice called out once more, "Help me! Help me, please!" Jody's dad went to the phone and called 911. While he was talking with the operator, her brother had walked up to the front of the house. The pounding was still going, getting faster and faster, until it was a constant banging and pleas for help. At this point, Jody was in tears from fright. She looked over at her brother, who was standing in the family room now. It was located just to the left of the front door. His face was pale white, and he made a gesture for them to come join him. Jody, her mom, and her dad, who was now off the phone with the police, hurried into the family room, where they immediately realized why her brother's face had gone so pale. The pounding and shouting appeared to be coming from underneath their floor. The police arrived minutes later. It turned out that some guy in his 20s had gotten high out of his mind that night on crack and made his way into the crawl space underneath the house. They never did find out his intentions, but it was assumed he was trying to find his way inside, presumably to rob them. Then, though, he got disoriented because he was so high and freaked out, hence the pounding and shouting. This story still gives me goosebumps to this day. I spent the first 10 years of my life in the city of San Jose, California. Whenever my mother could afford it, she would take me to a theme park in the neighboring town of Sunnyvale called Great America. We went about once or twice a year. The rides were all really fun, and the food was great too. I wasn't paying, so I had a good time whenever we went. That is, except for one time when I was 7 years old. About an hour or two into our day there, I got that feeling. You know, the one when you get that sneaking suspicion that someone you can't quite see is watching your every move. I mentioned it to my mother, and she said I was just imagining things. We went on about our day, and it was very fun as usual, but I still couldn't shake that feeling all day. In fact, it steadily got worse and worse until I literally started begging my mom to take me home. Eventually, she obliged, but she couldn't figure out what had gotten into me. Now, a little backstory. My parents got divorced when I was only a baby. When I was about 11, they reconnected and decided to get back together. So we moved to a shitty little town up north called Eureka. My dad's dad, I refuse to refer to him as my grandfather, lived in that same town. He never talked to anyone, not even his own son. He was in every sense of the word a recluse. He passed away not long after we moved there, and my dad, being his next of kin, was tasked with going through his things. The first word that came to mind when we entered the house was paranoid. There was at least one rifle in every single room, sometimes 2 or 3. There was a Colt 45 under his pillow, and another under the driver's seat of his car. There was a snub-nosed .38 in a Ziploc bag in back of the toilet. There were cameras mounted on every exterior wall, and there were boxes upon boxes of VHS tapes with the collected recordings from these cameras, some of which were nearly worn out from repeated viewing. Suddenly, from the master bedroom, I heard my mom yell out, "What the fuck?" My mom very rarely swore in front of me, so I knew it had to be something fairly serious. I ran into the bedroom, and what I saw in my mom's hand shocked me to my core. It was photos of me and my mother at the theme park that day. I was about 7 in those photos, walking along with a corn dog in one hand and a drink in the other. I had a suspicious look on my face, and I instantly remembered that day. My mother said that she felt faint and left the room. As it turned out, there were hundreds of pictures of us from that day, as well as from other times and places too. Some of them even appeared to have been taken from within arm's reach. I never felt so creeped out in my life. I don't know why he was spying on us, and I'm not sure I want to know. This incident happened about 7 or 8 months ago. I was the night shift desk clerk at a hotel, and let's just say there are a steady stream of creepers that pass through the lobby. I've had a ton of uncomfortable situations throughout my 3 years of employment there, but there was one particular guy that terrified me. It was around 2 a.m. or so when the guy walked into the lobby. The first thing I noticed was that he smelled god-awful, like burning plastic or something. I shrugged it off though, because at the time there were a lot of contractors that were in the area working at a chemical plant nearby. I just assumed he was one of those workers looking for a quick nap or a hot breakfast. The morning came by and my shift ended. Fast forward to my next shift the following night. The smelly man from the night before had left all of his belongings in his room and was now nowhere to be found. He'd only paid for a single night, so the housekeepers had to move all his things to the storage room so they could prepare the room for the next guest. Around 8:30 p.m. or so, I get a call from a police officer. Apparently, this guy was a wanted fugitive because he'd nearly beat his wife to death just 2 hours before he checked in. I informed them of the items he'd left in the hotel room. I get the whole "do not engage, he's a dangerous and violent offender" speech, and now I was really scared. They said it was highly unlikely he would come back, but to excuse myself politely and call them if he did show up. Well, needless to say, he ended up back in the lobby not even 20 minutes later. He demanded the luggage he'd left behind. At this point, I'm doing whatever it takes not to show fear, because now I'm fully aware of what this fucker is capable of doing. I tried to play it off like I didn't know where his things were, so I could make an excuse to go upstairs and call the police. I'm not too sure where they are. Let me go take a peek in a few of the storage units upstairs. If you could just wait here in the lobby, I'll be just a moment. He didn't say a word, so I assumed he was fine with that. As I started walking up the stairs though, about halfway up I realized he was following behind me. It was at this moment I started to flip out internally. I had no idea what to do. I began to fake search through a few different closets. After about 10 minutes of this, he started to get very hostile. "Where is my shit?" I need my things right now." He slammed his fist through a wall to make his point. There was now enough distance between us, though, that I felt comfortable making a run for it. I fumbled with my master card and managed to lock myself in the closest vacant room. He banged on the door for a while, but left a short time later. The cops came about 20 minutes after this, but he was already long gone. Of course, they searched through his bags, only to find a stash of meth and drug paraphernalia. That explains the awful scent and his determination to follow my every step. I quit shortly after, and I'm still unsure if they ever actually found him. When I was a kid, I met a psychopath. Not an adult psycho, a kid the same age as me. He lived right next to me, and we lived out in the country. I still do now, actually. I've always loved living out here. So much freedom and peace and quiet. When I was a kid, exploring the farms nearby and down the old roads was the hip thing to do. When I first met this crazy little boy, I was around 10 years old. You could tell right away that he wasn't really all there. There was something wrong with him. You know, just when you were talking to him, you could tell there was something not quite right. I quickly learned how he really was when we went off to play one time. He would insist upon chasing chickens around, which was fine, I guess, but not really my idea of fun. I'd much rather build a treehouse or go exploring. Like I said though, I chased those chickens with this kid. But one time, when he actually caught the chicken, is when I realized I wanted nothing further to do with him. He just butchered it right in front of me. I was so shocked. He just grabbed a small hatchet and started hacking away at it. I acted like I was fine, but when I got home, I told my mom and dad what he did. They just told me to stay away from him from then on, and they would try to speak with his parents. From what I saw at the time, he had an alcoholic mother that paid very little attention to him. And his father, I had no idea. I wish I could say the story ends there, but yeah, it didn't. Unfortunately, I wound up hanging out with this kid quite a few more times. One of those times, my cousin had come over to spend the night. The next day, we were running and playing around when I think we found some rope in a barn. The old rope was about 5 feet long. We thought it would be fun to tie each other up in the barn. The kid that was tied up would try to escape from the binds. Then commence with finding the other kids. A different version of hide-and-go-seek, if you will. I was tied up first. My cousin disappeared to hide, and very shortly after, the weird demented kid appeared in front of me. Thinking back on it now, I'm pretty sure he was spying on us and saw that I was alone and tied up. He came up to me with a very sinister smile on his face, like he knew he could do anything he wanted, and I was helpless. He walked up to me and knelt down to my face and whispered into my ear, "I'm gonna send you down to the fucking hellhole." I didn't say anything back to that because of how scared I was. He grabbed my face with both his hands and threw my head to the ground hard. It's silly, but I really felt like this kid was going to kill me. I told him that really hurt and to stop doing this. My cousin ran back in because of all the commotion, and that kid just acted like we were best of friends. He even asked if he could play with us. I told him no and to leave us alone. My cousin was very confused, but I told him later about what the kid had done. The last time I came into contact with him was weeks later. It was at the same barn. I was alone, just walking around exploring. I walked to the back of the barn, where there were very old metal bars laying around everywhere, as well as some old farming equipment. I saw some bright blue sneakers sticking out from behind an old tractor, and my curiosity led me to see what was happening behind it. When I got to the back, I was extremely startled to see the kid sitting on the ground surrounded by dead chickens next to him, smearing their blood all over his face like war paint. I said nothing and left in an instant. I really didn't have the desire to explore around my house anymore after. Thank God my mom and dad bought a new house far away from there, only months later. I have no idea what became of that kid in the end, but I'm sure he's locked away in a padded room somewhere. Every August, the county I lived in would throw a huge fair. There were games, rides, shows, and food, all that good stuff. They'd come around for about 2 weeks. Then they would take it all down, and I'd have to wait an entire year for them to come around again. I want to say this happened in 2008 or so. I know I was around 7 at the time, just tall enough to ride something I had wanted to go on for a long time. I convinced my mom to let my cousin Jared and I ride it. Jared was about 2 years older than I was. My mom trusted us to be safe, so we ran off to ride the ride. After we did so, Jared had to use the bathroom real bad. The fair only had porta potties though, so I had to just wait outside for him to finish. And that's when this random man just walked right up to me. He told me that I had to go with him right now. When I asked him why, he said my parents had called on him to come collect me. I know I should have run away or called out to Jared or something, but this guy said he knew my parents. It's an obvious lie looking back. He didn't even mention their names, but I thought surely if he knew my parents, then he wasn't a stranger. This guy grabbed my hand and started to take me out to his car. Now, to get to the parking lot of this fair, you had to walk a fairly long time, probably about 10 minutes. It's a huge field where they had the fair set up. I asked him where we were going. He told me they said they were going to McDonald's to get some food. The closest McDonald's was about an hour away, and I had just eaten not long before. I said I wasn't hungry, and I wanted to go see my mom instead. I started to try and walk away, but he grabbed my arm and started dragging me towards his truck. I froze. I knew this was a bad guy now, but I was in some sort of state of shock. I can't even remember if I tried to move or scream. All that really came out though was a strangled whisper. I remember crying without making a sound. We were right next to his truck now, and he was trying to force me into the back seat. That's when this young couple happened to see him. They must have seen me panicking and crying because the girl ran right up to me and grabbed me. She started screaming. The guy came over too. The bad man was already in his truck though. He ran over the other guy's foot as he sped away. That young couple saved my life that day. I have no idea what that guy would have done to me if he got me to go to where he was actually heading. I know for sure it wasn't McDonald's though. The couple walked me to the entrance as an announcement was made saying there was a missing child. My mom and Jared arrived shortly after. They were both crying. I remember running up to her bursting into tears before whispering why she'd asked that man to take me. She said she didn't know who tried to take me. We hugged and left after. We didn't go back to the fair again that year, or at all the next year either. My mom was paranoid the guy would still be there looking for children. I got over this fairly quickly though, and went on with my life. I only really remembered this because my girlfriend wanted to go on that same ride last year. Back in the summer of 2012, when I was 11 years old, I spent the night at my best friend Anna's house pretty frequently. She lived in a very wooded area, so her entire backyard could be considered a forest, and we very much loved playing in it. I practically never went inside when I was at her house because her entire backyard consisted of trees. There weren't many places to put things like a trampoline, for instance, back there, so they had to place it pretty far back in a small clearing. We were very naive kids and honestly believed nothing could happen to us in the woods. We were so sure of it that we played around in them at night as well. One particular night, we decided we would go play on her trampoline in the clearing. The trampoline itself was very old. Honestly, I was surprised it could still even hold people. It didn't have a net either. I hated that because I always feared I would go flying off one day and nothing would be there to catch me. All the same, we took off our shoes and climbed onto the trampoline. Something about jumping around in the dark was so exhilarating. I was having a blast, but as we continued to jump away, the atmosphere suddenly changed. I couldn't exactly tell what it was, but something about the woods seemed darker and more intimidating than before. My friend stopped jumping for a moment and completely froze, now staring off into a specific spot in the woods. I stopped looking too and followed her eyes to where she was looking. "There's a person," she whispered, pointing in that direction. My eyes widened and I tried to focus to get a better look for myself. Sure enough, I could just about make out a tall, shadowy figure of a man. It seems he'd noticed us observing him, because he tried to hide himself behind one of the thick trees. He was still visible though, and it was absolutely terrifying. We stood there frozen, unable to yell or run. We just stared at him. He was a bit further back, but we could still see his movements. He slowly moved out from behind the tree. My eyes moved to his hand, and I could tell he was holding something. I had no idea what it was, but it made the entire situation even scarier. Our senses finally kicked in though. My friend pushed me to move, screaming for her mom. I flew off the trampoline, making one big leap before landing hard on the ground. For once, I was thankful there was not a net on there. I began to run, but looked back first. The man had begun to chase after us as well, and he was very fast. I screamed like I had never screamed before. We took off for her house. It felt like hours passed by before we reached her back porch. We threw ourselves into the living room. Actually, we were both laughing from hysteria, fear, and adrenaline. The feeling in my stomach was sickening. Her mother, after hearing what just happened, stomped onto the back porch and looked around the backyard. She couldn't see anything, but she yelled at them to get away while they still could. I'm happy to say we never saw that guy again. Of course, going around in the woods at night was never going to happen again either. I hope I'll never have another experience or encounter like that for as long as I live. Halloween 2015. That Halloween night started with myself and my buddy getting ready and putting on our costumes at my buddy's house. For the sake of privacy, I'll refer to him as Brad. Brad and I had been invited to a party by the girl he was dating. I was going dressed as a dead construction worker, while Brad was dressed up in his Maverick from Top Gun costume. We both looked pretty dumb, as we hadn't put very much effort into our costumes. He was just excited about seeing the girl he had just started dating, and I was equally excited to meet and flirt with some new girls that night. Once we were both ready to go, we headed out. Brad's new girl had sent us a text with the address attached. We GPS'd it, and Brad drove us both to the party. It was about 30 miles away, on the outskirts of our city out in the country. We drove down a very long, dark street with no street lamps, and eventually made it to the house. The house was at the end of a long driveway. When we pulled up, we saw a good number of cars and trucks parked out front. I'd say there were about 20 or so. We were both pretty psyched, as this party looked to be quite awesome. Music was blaring from inside the house. The outside was lit up with black lights and decorated with all sorts of Halloween stuff. Red light was pouring out of the windows from inside. This place was a 2-story too, so it was very nice. It was surrounded by acres of farmland, and there was not another house in sight. When we went inside, we found Brad's girl sitting on a couch in the living room, talking to 2 of her friends. We sat down and Brad's girl said hello. She came over to us, sitting next to Brad. She was dressed up as a vampire. The 2 people she had been talking to were wearing masks. One of them was a guy, and the other was clearly a girl. The girl was wearing a ghost face mask, and the guy was wearing just a mask with normal clothes on. His mask was one of those black blank face masks. We all talked for a while, with people rushing around us, dancing and getting hammered. The guy was really quiet though. He only spoke whenever somebody else spoke to him. I honestly thought he was a little bit weird and creepy. It didn't seem like he was having a good time either. We assumed that the two of them had come together, but we found out that the ghost face girl had come with two other girls. The guy said he had come with one of his friends, but apparently he couldn't find him now. After a couple hours of talking, laughing, and drinking, my vision was starting to get blurry. I was getting pretty damn drunk. Brad and his girl had long since gotten off the couch and walked off somewhere. The other two were still talking to each other on the couch right next to me. They seemed to be flirting and having a lot of fun at this point. I was just kind of people watching, sipping on my fifth mixed drink of Jack and Coke. That was when I noticed the blank-faced guy kept leaning his head back. I'm pretty sure he was looking upstairs at the bedroom doors. I couldn't tell because with his mask I couldn't quite see his eyes. The ghost face girl didn't seem to notice this though. She was all over him, talking his ear off. At some point, I positioned one of the couch pillows behind my head and started to drift off to sleep. Going in and out of consciousness, I woke up for a moment completely and looked around the room. My head was spinning at this point. There were way less people walking around. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 3:45 a.m. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and leaned my head back on the pillow. I was going to get some sleep again. I started to close my eyes, but right before I did so, I noticed that blank face guy leading the ghost face girl up the stairs. Her head was down. She looked like she was barely awake. He was helping her walk up the steps and they disappeared into the bedroom. Next thing I knew, Brad was shaking me and telling me he wanted to leave. I asked if he was cool to drive, and he assured me he was. I got to my feet. The room was spinning. It felt like I was going to puke right there. I managed to make it outside though. The sun had just gone up when we made it back to Brad's house. We both collapsed on his couches and passed out. Hours later, I awoke to Brad's sister, waking him up and questioning him. She asked if we had gone to that party out in the country. When we said yes, she was completely frantic. She told us somebody had been killed there last night. I became completely awake upon hearing this, and so did Brad. I sat there silent. Brad was asking who it was and what had happened to them. His sister said she didn't know the girl's name yet, but she had been found murdered in an upstairs bedroom. She had been stabbed to death. I thought to myself, there's no way. Sure enough, to my disbelief, later on that day, they showed us the girl that was killed. It was that very same ghost face girl from that night. She had been stabbed 36 times. The police questioned everybody who was at the party on Halloween, including Brad and I. Of course, I told them immediately about that suspicious guy who had brought her upstairs. That he was wearing blue jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black blank face mask. To my knowledge, though, they never found that guy. The person who hosted the party said she'd never invited that guy, nor did she see him there. So this happened to my family in early 2002, when my daughter was a baby. My wife and I moved into a new house right after our daughter was born. It was a nice place in the suburbs. I would rather not mention what city the house was in though. The house was relatively new and surrounded by other houses with the exact same design and layout. We were still getting used to our new life there, when one night we heard the baby crying on the baby monitor. We were watching a movie in the living room and paused it and went to the baby's room. The baby wanted her bottle. I stood in the doorway of the room while my wife tended to our newborn. I was smiling at the sight of this, when suddenly my wife made a small sound of fear and surprise. She was looking out the window, directly beside the crib. I walked over to her, but she didn't say anything. I looked outside in the direction she was looking, and saw a woman that looked to be our age standing in the middle of our lawn and looking up into the bedroom window. I went into protective mode and immediately walked out of the room towards the front door with the intention of confronting this woman. My wife shouted before I could even open the door though. "Oh my God, she ran away!" I ripped the door open and walked outside. I looked around the front of our house and walked a bit further into the street as well, looking in both directions. There was no sign of the woman at all. I decided to check the entire house to make sure this creepy lady truly had left. I walked the perimeter of our house and didn't find any trace of her. I came back inside to find my wife still holding the baby in our master bedroom. I told her I hadn't seen her. After a while of being creeped out and looking out all the windows to make sure she wasn't lingering around, we decided she was gone for good. We went to sleep. The next night though, we saw the woman again. This time my wife was in the shower and I was holding our baby in her bedroom. That was when I looked out the window and saw the woman standing in the same spot on our lawn, peering into the bedroom window at me holding the baby. I looked at her for the longest time and didn't move. She didn't move either. My wife eventually walked into the room with a towel in her hair and approached me from behind, giving me a hug. I whispered to her, "She's back. Look at that crazy bitch, just standing there looking at me." My wife got incredibly creeped out at this point and insisted we call the police. I was going to, but I felt I wanted to confront her again, so I walked out the room and opened up the front door. It was only about 10 feet away from the baby's room. I walked outside. This time though, the woman was still there. She turned to look at me. I walked out onto our front lawn, about 20 feet away from her. "What the fuck are you doing here? If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the cops, and if I ever see you around here again, I'll call them immediately." The woman just smiled at me, then opened her mouth wide and let out a nightmare-inducing scream, as if she was in horrendous pain. I knew right away there was something wrong with this woman, wrong in her head. She turned around and ran away. This was terrifying. I realized she was barefoot. She ran away like a little kid would, arms flailing about in the air. I went inside to see my wife was already holding the phone. I agreed with her that we should call anyways. We did so, and a couple of police officers came by the house a short while later. They said there was nothing they could really do except drive around the neighborhood a few times and keep an eye out for her. They said they would call us if they saw her. About 20 minutes after they'd left, they called and said they hadn't seen anyone fitting her description. We were disappointed, but eventually we went to sleep after taking turns looking out the windows for hours. I had assumed the woman had taken the hint. A month had passed by with no sign of her. Then one night though, when my wife and I were in bed, I heard a noise and woke up. I glanced over at the alarm clock, only to see it was 3:48 a.m. I listened for the noise to continue and heard giggling coming from the baby monitor. I sat up in bed, my heart stopped, and I flew out of the room into my baby's room to see nothing but my baby sound asleep. My wife followed me in. I was very confused for a moment and thought I hadn't actually heard anything. Maybe it was just a nightmare. My wife asked me what was wrong, and I didn't respond for a few moments, then finally said, "Nothing. I thought I heard something." We both sighed and walked back to our room. My wife went into the room first, and upon entering screamed, then threw herself back toward me. I gasped and almost fell backwards onto the floor from the impact. My wife started repeating over and over, "Oh my God, oh my God." My heart was pounding as I asked her what was wrong. I forced my way past her and walked into my bedroom. The woman was sitting Indian style on our bed. I backed up out of the room and slammed the door. My wife ran and took our baby from her crib. The three of us went outside. As I was closing the front door, once we had walked out, I heard our master bedroom door open. Neither of us had our cell phones on us, so we ran to our neighbor's house and frantically started knocking on their front door. They answered very quickly and asked what was the matter. We explained what was happening, and they ushered us inside and called the police. The cops showed up minutes later. They went inside our home, and the woman was still there this time. They said they'd found her upstairs, sitting in the middle of the hallway in the dark. This happened at my house when I was about 11 years old. This one day, I believe I was playing video games when I heard a knock at the door. My parents were in their room chatting, so I ran to the door and looked out through the window next to it to see who was there. To my surprise, it was a police officer. I thought that was kind of cool, not realizing something could be wrong here. I opened the door. We had a metal screen that was locked in front of it though. The police officer knelt down to talk to me. "Hi there, are your parents home?" I told him yes, to which he responded, "Are you sure? There aren't any cars in the driveway or out front. Can you open this screen so I can talk to you?" I responded to him, "Oh, yeah, they're here. Their cars are just parked in the garage." I then yelled out to my dad. My dad asked what was wrong, and I walked over to their bedroom door. I told them a policeman was at the door. My dad looked concerned. He got up and walked over to the front door. The policeman was now gone though. My dad looked at me confused. I told him a cop really had been at the door though. He unlocked the metal screen and walked outside. I stayed in the house as my dad walked back in a few seconds later. "What did he say? Are you sure that guy was a cop?" I responded, "Yeah, he was wearing the outfit. He asked if you and Mom were here." My dad shrugged and said it was quite weird. He didn't say anything else. My mom asked if he said something was wrong. I shook my head no. I went to the couch and resumed my video game. A few days later though, another police officer came to our house. This time, my dad answered. Hello sir, sorry to bother you, but we had some calls from people on this street. They said a man came to their door dressed as an officer. Did he by any chance come to your house as well?" My dad told them what happened a few days previously. Then, the cops hit my dad with a bombshell. The man was not a cop at all, obviously. In fact, he was a man pretending to be one, trying to locate children who were home alone specifically. A few years ago, I was leaving my grad school office late at night, around 10 p.m. to catch the bus home. I walked from the university campus through relatively busy streets to the main road in my area of the city, 109th Street in Edmonton. I was waiting for the bus at a shelter, as it was in the middle of winter, snowing and a bit cold out. The buses ran by about every 15 minutes, so I wasn't too worried or nervous. I was just patiently waiting to get home. I was listening to some music on my headphones when I noticed a guy walk up to the shelter. I looked at him briefly and did that little Canadian half smile of acknowledgement, then went back to listening to my music and browsing on Reddit. A few minutes passed by, and I could hear him saying something to me. Well, I assumed it was me, because there was no one else around. I looked up, only to find the man staring right at me and smiling a bit oddly. He was clearly speaking to me, even though I obviously couldn't hear him. I took out my headphones and said, "Excuse me?" He kept smiling and blathering on, asking me about my day, the weather, what I like to do, etc. I don't know what it is about me, but I'm a perennial people pleaser. I don't like confrontation, and my main aim in life seems to be to keep the peace, so I answered a few of his questions as politely and vaguely as I could. I had one earbud still in my ear. The man just kept blabbering on, and I just sort of nodded my head politely. He went on for about 10 minutes, and I just had this sinking feeling in my stomach about this guy. Something was off about him. It was enough to make me very nervous. After about 10 minutes, I could see the bus rolling up now, which was a huge relief to me. No one else had arrived at the bus stop the entire time. I could see at least 10 to 15 people on the bus already, which was great news for me. I jumped on the bus and sat near the front. The guy sat right across from me, apparently so he could keep talking to me. I originally intended to head down to my house to the west of the street that I was on, but after this guy decided to be my personal parrot, I decided to say screw it. I was going to my boyfriend's house instead now, directly to the east of the street I was on. I was getting a very uncomfortable feeling from this guy still, so I decided to push the stop button early to see what the guy would do. The bus came to a stop at my request, and the guy stood up immediately. I didn't move at all. "Isn't this your stop too?" he asked me. I said, "Whoops, I must have hit the wrong button." He looked at me and snarled for a second before saying, "Oh, that's funny. I got mixed up too. This isn't my stop either." He then sat back down at that point. I was pretty freaked out now. I hit the stop button for the next stop as well. Only this time, I'd texted my boyfriend to come out and meet me. I got up to leave the bus once it stopped, and the creepy dude followed close behind. I crossed the road. He was still trying to talk away at me and asking me a bunch of questions. Once I got to the other side, I told him I had to go and that my boyfriend was meeting up with me. He instantly got an angry look at the idea of a boyfriend and tried to follow me more. I stopped and told him I was going to be walking alone from here on out. He asked me if he could have my number. I panicked and froze for a moment. I decided to give him my number almost, except with the last 4 digits scrambled around. I read it off to him and said goodnight. I started moving quickly away. I'd only made it about 20 steps or so, though, before I could hear someone jogging after me. "Hey, I think there was a mix-up. I just tried calling that number and it wasn't you." He jogged up right next to me, giving me a sinister smile. "Oh, how weird," I said, grabbing my phone. I pretended to check it for a mixed call and quickly texted my boyfriend once again. I told him I was terrified and he needed to get here right now. "So, what's your real number?" the guy asked. I honestly don't know what I would have done if I had to be there any longer. I think I probably would have just given him my real number. I just had no idea what to do. It was cold, it was winter, and it was extremely dark in this little residential neighborhood I had entered. I knew there was no way I could outrun the guy. Luckily for me, though, that was when my boyfriend came running up to us. He's 6'3" and somewhat imposing. I turned to the guy and said to have a good night and jogged up to my boyfriend. I launched myself at him and didn't look back at the creepy dude at all. I did tell my boyfriend, though, to make sure all the doors were locked and the windows were closed before going to bed that night. I have a story I'd like to tell you all. This happened when I was 18, about 16 years ago. I was living with my parents in their nice house in Colorado. It was getting late one night, around 11:30 or so. I was on the phone with my girlfriend and had decided to go up to my room and switch phones, using the one that was in my room instead, so I wouldn't bother my parents too much. I assumed they were in bed now. Voices downstairs echoed upwards easily, and I had gotten in trouble for it a few times before. I told my girlfriend to hang on, and I was going to put the phone down for a minute while I went upstairs to turn on my phone. I set the phone down on the counter, right next to where it hangs up on the wall. I quickly ran upstairs and into my bedroom. My room was very cold, as I had left the window open. I slammed my window shut and picked up the phone next to my bed. "Alright, babe, hold on one sec. I'm gonna go downstairs real fast and hang up the living room phone." I set the phone down on my bed and ran downstairs. I reached the last step, turned left, and stopped. The phone was now hung up on the wall. I stood there for about 30 seconds, bewildered and a bit creeped out and confused. Maybe my parents had come down and hung it up for me. Except I didn't think that was possible. Surely I would have heard them, and I was only upstairs for about 30 seconds or so. I walked over to the phone, then turned around, looking around the living room and into the kitchen. There was no sign of anybody else though. Nobody else was in my house that night. I convinced myself I must have hung it up before I went upstairs. But then I thought about it a bit more. That wasn't possible. Then I would have hung up on my girlfriend as well. I walked into the dining room and nobody was there still. I walked back upstairs and over to my parents' door and pressed my ear against it. I could hear my dad snoring inside. Well, what the hell? I walked into my bedroom and almost had a heart attack when I saw my bedroom phone was now hung up as well. I turned around to the dark hallway. There was nobody there. I ran downstairs and to my horror, I saw the phone was gone altogether. I got goosebumps all over my body. My heart was now pounding out of my chest. I ran back upstairs and into my room. I ripped open my closet, but nobody was there. I walked over to my phone and picked it up. As soon as I did, I heard somebody on the other line. I came in through your bedroom window, you know. I almost dropped the phone in fright. I thought, what the fuck? That's not possible. My bedroom is on the second story. I turned around again, expecting to see someone, but nobody was there. I opened my window and looked outside. I saw a large extension ladder there, leaning against my house just below the bottom of my window. I dropped the phone on the ground and ran to my parents' room. I slammed against their door with my fists and yelled for them to open the door. There was somebody in the house. My mom opened up with a confused and terrified look on her face. I went into their room, with my dad now sitting up in bed. I locked the bedroom door and repeated myself, "There's someone here and they have the phone. They just said something to me over the line." My mom ran to my dad's side of the bed and grabbed his work cell phone that was still in his jeans pocket. She called the police, and they were at our front door knocking about 15 minutes later. They searched the house and found no one. They did find the living room phone though. It was lying in the middle of the grass in our backyard. Call centers can be a weird place to work at. You talk to people from all over the country, and even sometimes all over the world. Most people are a little more, frustrating than anything. The same questions every single day will eventually drive you a little bit batty. I only wish those calls were the worst ones I've ever gotten though. I got the job as a customer service rep for a cable company just after I finished college. The hours really sucked too. 3 in the afternoon all the way until midnight. But the money was pretty good, and there were some medical benefits as well. It wasn't too great, but with loans to pay back, I took the first full-time job that came along. While some people need help with their cable after 10 p.m., there aren't that many of them, as you can imagine. 5 days a week, I was stuck at my desk taking calls from old men having trouble accessing skin flicks until midnight. Most of the night, though, was spent gossiping with another late-night employee. The calls never stopped for too long. It was the middle of spring when I got the first weird call. At first, this guy just sounded like your regular old confused customer, having trouble accessing some of the more mature channels. A little heavy breathing and a little stuttering, the usual. I was about to give him the usual spiel about turning off the parental locks when he cut me off. Have you ever wondered what human flesh tastes like? He muttered through these deep, excited breaths. Now that was far from the first prank I'd ever gotten. My immediate response was to hang up and mutter to my coworker about these annoying pricks on the other end. I shoved that memory of that call out of my head for a solid week or so. We got all manner of calls, so one stupid one wasn't enough to faze me. Late on a Friday night, though, Just before midnight or so, a familiar breath entered my ears as I picked up the line. "Have you ever wondered what human flesh tastes like?" he asked. I do all the... I ended the call before he could finish what he was saying. Just my luck to get this creep calling in a second time. I asked my coworker if he'd ever gotten a call like that before, but he only shrugged and said it wasn't anything that was normal. I hoped that not engaging with this creep would be enough to get him to give up. 2 times wasn't much to be concerned with anyway. By the 3rd call, though, it was starting to get more personal. I hate how well I remember it. The weirdest thing about this 3rd call was how normal it started. It was a completely normal-sounding man on the other end, asking about our company and how long we'd been in business, what city the company was based out of, and the cost of our regular plans. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Then, though, he whispered into the phone line, "I want to know what the flesh of a pretty young girl tastes like." My mind reeled as I ended the call as quickly as possible. For a prank caller, this guy was getting pretty tricky, and he was real dedicated too. I was almost starting to worry at that point, but then again, I didn't hear from him again for a while. I thought he must have given up the ghost or gotten bored or whatever. I didn't really care. I just wanted him to stop calling me. I wasn't going to be complaining when they did stop for an entire month. I was in the clear, and I even started to forget that strange caller and his creepy desires. I was over it, and had gone back to being generally annoyed by the other regular customers. I should have known better, though. A call came in one night, at nearly 1:15 to midnight. It didn't even go to me, though. My coworker, the only other person working at the time, picked up the call. "Hey," he called to me. "This guy on the line's asking for you?" I told him to pass the call over to me and I'd handle it. It wasn't the first time someone had dealt with me previously and wanted to continue with the same representative. I didn't really think anything of it. "Hello, how can I help you this evening?" I mindlessly asked into the phone. "I want to know what your flesh tastes like." The familiar voice breathed in my ear. "I want to savor it on my tongue." "Leave me alone," I screamed into the phone. To my horror, the phantom voice laughed at my fury. He laughed and laughed until I ripped the headset off my head and stormed away from my miniature cubicle, tapping my finger hard against the end call button as I left. Maybe it was because he'd finally gotten a reaction out of me, or maybe because he was getting worse, but the calls ramped up to at least once a day now. I did everything I could to get him to leave me alone after that. I told my supervisors, I switched my shifts at the company. I even called the police. Somehow, they were unable to trace the call. At least they tried, though. The mystery caller kept calling 2, 3, sometimes even 4 times a day now. Each time telling me how much he desired to taste human flesh, often mentioning my flesh in particular. He mentioned other people he wanted to eat too, but it was always that he wanted to eat another human being. After a month of that, I quit. No 2 weeks notice, no offers to try and stick it out. I went to sit down at my desk one morning and realized I just couldn't bring myself to put my headset on. I couldn't handle this anymore. I got up and went to my boss and told him I was done. To my surprise, no one really judged me for it either. I probably stuck it out longer than they expected. I left with a glowing letter of recommendation and mumbled words of apology that they couldn't do more for me. I spent a lot of time hiding out in my bedroom after I left the call center. After a couple weeks without getting any weird phone calls or having to talk to anyone really, I started to go out again. Life started getting back to normal and I stopped thinking about that weird caller. While I hadn't forgotten about the terrible calls, I was able to push them out of my head for the most part. I even lined up a job interview that I was supposed to go to yesterday. The job was nothing special, but it was a huge step for me. I was all set to go for that interview. My suit was ironed, my hair was all styled. I felt better than I had in months. I even found myself smiling while I was waiting for the bus to come pick me up. That's when I heard it. Somebody leaned in and whispered in my ear as their breath washed over me. I know what the flesh tastes like now. I like it. I spun around hard as panic came over me, my eyes scanning the group of people moving toward the bus, but no one stood out from the crowd in particular. My mysterious caller had somehow found me in real life. Worse, it seemed he'd gone through with his sick, twisted fantasy. I didn't get on the bus. How could I? That guy was on there, and he knew who I was. But I didn't know him. I skipped my interview and went right back to my bedroom. At least it was safe in there. Now though, my cell phone always keeps ringing non-stop. I don't answer it if I don't know the number, no matter how long it rings for. It's just safer to let it ring away. I grew up in rural Michigan and rode the bus to school every morning. We lived in a house at the bottom of a hill on a country road. My bus stop, however, was at the very top of the hill after you passed by my house. The story I'm about to tell you happened when I was 7 or 8 years old. I woke up one morning and got ready for school like I usually did. My bus picked me up around 7 a.m., right when the sun was starting to come up. There were still spots of darkness deep in the woods though. I was the only kid who was picked up at my bus stop, so I would stand at the edge of the woods and wait till the bus came to get me. My mom or dad would have to drop me off about 5 minutes before the bus came and hightail it to work in order to make it there by 8 o'clock. It's not that they felt completely comfortable doing this, but they didn't have that many options at the time. We lived in a safe area anyway, or so we thought at least. The bus arrived on time 99% of the time, so they weren't too worried anything would happen to me in the 5 minutes I was left alone. So I'm standing there in the cold as usual, waiting for the bus to come along, watching the sun rise slowly in the sky. It was still a little dark out like I said before, and not yet bright enough for me to see what was going on in the woods around me. I saw the lights of the bus coming in the distance on time as usual. When it came to a stop right in front of me, my bus driver, Miss Teresa, opened the door and said good morning. She gestured for me to hop on. I walked to my seat, put my stuff down, and then I noticed that the bus was not moving yet. Miss Teresa still had the door ajar. She just sat there leaning slightly out of her seat, staring into the woods for a good minute or so before we were off on our way. We made our way to school after picking up a few more kids. After arriving there, Miss Teresa escorted us in, which is something she had never done before. I remember seeing her slip into the office as well and begin talking to one of the secretaries in a hushed tone. I went through my regular school day and was picked up by my dad afterwards. When he picked me up this time though, instead of being normal, he started asking me all kinds of questions. Did the bus pick you up okay this morning? Did any cars stop in front of you or blow their horn at you as you waited? Strange questions that he had never asked me before. The next morning, my parents didn't take me to the bus stop either. Instead, my mom dropped me off directly at school before going to work at a later time. This continued, with an alternating drop-off by either my mom or dad for the remainder of the school year. At the same time, I noticed they changed where my bus stop was as well. Years later, I found out why this had all happened. Miss Teresa had picked me up that morning, only to see a man standing in the woods right behind where I was. She alerted the school secretary, who alerted the transportation office for the school district. The police then investigated as well. They found some items wrapped up in a t-shirt back in the woods, a hunting knife, a rope, some rags or washcloth, and some tape as well. The police obviously never found out who that belonged to, but the bus driver, my parents, and the police felt certain that whoever it did belong to had the worst intentions for me in particular. I think about this often and wonder what would have happened to me had my bus driver been just a few minutes late, or had she not noticed the man standing in the woods after I boarded the bus. Because of that incident, the school district changed my bus stop to be located right in front of my house. That way I could just stay in my house until the bus pulled up. No more standing in front of the woods for me. I resumed riding the bus the next school year, and everything went perfectly fine after. Okay, so this happened to me about 7 years ago, when I first started high school. The school was about a 10-minute walk away from my little brother's school, so every day I would walk there to meet up with him. It's a pretty safe walk along the main road, with lots of light and cars as well. Usually there are not many people out and about though. Occasionally you'd find other school children or some joggers perhaps, some old people walking to their apartments or something, and of course people waiting at the bus stop. The bus stop was halfway between my school and my brother's. There were only ever about 2 people waiting there. One afternoon I was walking there to meet my brother. That day I'd left my headphones at home, so I couldn't listen to my music while walking, which is what I would normally do. That meant I was just walking and enjoying the sun shining down on me. When I reached the bus stop though, I noticed an old man sitting on the bench waiting for the bus. I passed him by and didn't think very much of him. He seemed to be completely harmless. I would say this guy had to be between 60 to 65 years old, pretty short and obviously not very fit either. As soon as I walked past him though, I heard him get up immediately. I didn't see the bus coming. Maybe he was getting up to check the timetable, but of course not. I turned my head to check, and the man was about 5 steps behind me, with his eyes glued onto my back. I started to speed walk, and I heard him speeding up too. I looked behind me, and sure enough, he was speed walking as well. I was scared that he wouldn't blink or take his eyes off me, and now whenever I peeked back to look behind me, he was giving me this creepy devilish grin. There was no one else around. I was about 200 meters away from my brother's school. I decided to book it and look behind me once again. The old guy was now running after me. I couldn't believe it. He was way faster than I'd been expecting from his appearance. I looked back every time, only to see him staring and smiling. I was almost in tears. I was so scared that I wasn't going to make it. Now, I know what you might be thinking. A young teenage girl could easily outrun a man in his 60s. But with a heavy school bag and a tired knee from gymnastics, I was about as equipped to run as he was. By this point, I could see my brother's school coming up though, and some kids leaving as well. I was kind of relieved, and thought the man would ease up and notice other people were around. But no. What does this guy do? He starts yelling to people around that his granddaughter was running away from him and to grab her because she was in trouble, all the while giving me this evil grin. I kept running. I came upon the massive road. I didn't want to get hit by a car, so I moved out of the way slightly. This allowed the guy to get close enough to grab my bag. He told me to stop being such a little bitch and that he was going to win and take me away no matter what. I screamed and continued running for my life, not caring about the cars that might hit me. I slipped out of his grasp and got to my brother's school. I looked back to see the guy jogging towards me still. I ran into the main building and told the receptionist what was happening. She looked outside, where the man was waiting at the school gate, moving his head around as if he was trying to spot someone. I told her that was the man. She then told me to wait with her while she called police. The man walked away after about 10 minutes, but the police easily caught him. We found out he had been offering candy to kids from my brother's school and trying to get them to come home with him in the afternoons. After that, I walked on the other side of the road from then on, avoiding the bus stop altogether, and also avoiding anyone I would pass by. In the year 1972, my youngest sister and I were forced to move from our home in Norway to go live in the UK. My mother had just married an Englishman, you see, who had 4 children of his own. They were expecting another one as well. It was a miserable time for me because I was 6 years old. I'd not yet begun school in Norway, so consequently, I spoke no English at all. I had also been forced to leave behind my father and beloved grandparents. My own mother was more interested in her new husband than any of her children. My childhood was the unhappiest time of my life because of this, and this was only exasperated by the experiences in the manor house in which we moved to. The old manor house was situated in a seaside town. From the outside, it was the picture postcard of the British countryside. A large lawn surrounding the driveway, leading to a house, a glass greenhouse, stables around the back, and horses in the paddock as well. Behind this facade, though, we experienced such horrors that some I still struggle to talk about to this day. Us children all experienced paranormal activity, particularly at night, and it left us exhausted. Unfortunately, our parents were not particularly concerned with any of this, and often just shut us out. All we had were each other, and it was terrifying. You dreaded the sleep, and the activity that would come with it. I would sleep with my dog and cat on the bed, but even they could not bring me enough comfort. One night, when I was around 9 years old, I was awoken by my dog standing near the bedroom window, growling at the outside. My cat was standing with her back arched and fur standing on end. She was hissing loudly as well. All of a sudden, my dog whimpered, and then suddenly there was this dead silence. The room turned very cold, and it was almost like darkness seemed to engulf us. I got out of my bed shaking in fear and crept toward my bedroom window. My dog was now crouching and had pinned his head down to the floorboards. They creaked under my weight. As I reached the blackout curtains, I peeked out to see if there was an animal in the front yard or something. I didn't see anything out there though. I craned my neck and looked beyond the greenhouse as well. Again, there was nothing. I took a step back and went to draw the curtain, but then everything happened all at once. The dog started barking ferociously and frothing at the mouth. My bedroom door swung open and slammed hard against the wall. My posters blew off the walls. I turned back to the window and saw the face of a man smiling menacingly at me. Terrified, I spun around, expecting to see someone standing right behind me. When I did, though, there was no one there. I turned back to the window, and it was all gone. All that was left was a foggy imprint on the outside of the window, as if someone had just had their face pressed up against it, like they had been looking into my room. Only I was on the second floor. No one could have reached that far, at least not without a ladder. Since that day, I never forgot that face, but the activity continued further as well. I would wake up nearly every morning with my posters littered all over the floor and would spend the first part of my day pinning them back up. It was relentless. My parents never believed me though. After months of torment, I refused to leave my mother's bed at night. It was then when my stepfather was forced to sleep in my bedroom for a single night. Only after he experienced things for himself did he really believe me. When he woke up in the morning, all of my things were laying skewed on top of him. Despite all of this, there was one thing that did bring me comfort in my miserable childhood. I always missed my family in Norway dearly and cried myself to sleep most nights. One night, though, I felt a light touch brush beside my hair from my face. This simple, intimate action brought me so much comfort. I opened my eyes and saw an older woman sitting beside me. She had gray hair swept back into a tight bun. Reflecting on the clothes that she wore, I suspect she was once a maid or the head of the house or something. After all, this was a very old, large manor house. This person would visit me often and always brought this feeling of familiarity and comfort. Although I knew she wasn't alive like you or I did feel she kept me safe from that other ghost I saw in my window. I was not the only child in that house to have a paranormal experience either. My younger sister Ella shared a room with our stepsister Mary, and she would awaken nightly with fits of terror and sweat. She would often come into my room and curl up in my bed, frightened beside me. I only had a small single bed though, and it became too much to have her in my bed with me with all the pets. One night, when the usual routine of night terrors and her crawling into my bed had occurred, I told her to go to our mother's bed instead, insisting I would take her there. I held her hand and we left my room. We went to the landing my mother and stepfather's room was at the very end of. Right next to it, there was a very large Victorian mirror. We could see our reflections as we crept along the corridor and were careful not to wake up our sleeping siblings. Suddenly, we stopped frozen. I looked down at my sister and tried to talk to her, but she was unresponsive. She stared ahead at the mirror. My heart sank and I became overwhelmed with a feeling of dread. I slowly looked up in the mirror, only to see a figure coming towards us. We bolted back to my room and hid under the blankets. We heard the squeak of something passing us by. We didn't stop hiding or dare to look out. We stayed there until morning. I will never forget these events that happened to us. This happened when I was about 12 years old in Kansas. I was sitting in my bedroom playing some Halo. My parents were both out running errands, and my sister was at work. This meant I was home alone with my two dogs, a little terrier and a bison frise. Not exactly attack dog breeds, more like early warning systems at best. I had been home alone before and it wasn't really a big deal. We lived in a pretty safe part of town that never had any problems, other than one time where people sprayed some cake graffiti on some public park equipment. Anyway, I was kicking back in my chair, Doritos in one hand, controller in the other, really embracing that full gamer mode, when I heard the very distinct sound of a door opening and closing, like someone had just come in. The room I was in faced in such a way where I could not see the door from where I was. My dogs got up and ran into the living room, so I just assumed my parents must have come home. I shouted to my mom to confirm this, only to hear no response. The dogs also were not barking like they normally did when someone got home. I thought that was kind of weird, so I paused my game and walked out into the living room. Nothing. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I had just heard someone come inside clear as day. I was not wearing headphones and I had the TV turned down too, so I knew it hadn't been in the game. I immediately went to my parents' closet and grabbed our shotgun, like a good Midwestern boy tends to do. The only problem was that I didn't know where my dad kept the shells. My plan was to fake it and hope they didn't have a gun of their own. Yeah, it's a pretty stupid plan, but I wasn't exactly the brightest kid back then. At this point, doubt started to kick in. Had I actually heard the door? Maybe it was really in the game after all. Why would the dogs jump up like that though if it was? I walked back into the living room, unloaded shotgun pointing right in front of me. I tried to call my dad. He didn't pick up. I tried to call my mom and she didn't either. I tried to call two of my best friends only to have no response. My little boy mind immediately jumped to, holy fuck, they're all dead, for some reason. For the first time in my life, I dialed 911. The operator picked up, and I explained the situation with tears in my eyes from the fear. She told me to stay calm, and that the police were on their way. The difficult part of staying calm, though, was that there was a hallway right by my front door. I knew in my heart of hearts there must be someone hiding in that hallway about to jump out and really fuck me up. My 2 dogs were right beside me, also staring towards that hallway. I stood there rooted on the spot for what felt like hours. It was actually only a few minutes though. Thankfully, my parents then opened the door. "What are you doing?" I explained to my father the situation we were currently in, and he grabbed his pistol from the front room. Honestly, I hadn't even known that was there. We went hunting with our guns. I always thought it would be cool to go around clearing rooms like a SWAT team, but I was about to shit myself every time we opened a door. We didn't find anything in the end. The police arrived shortly after and told us this had been happening over the past few weeks. People wait until the homeowners leave, check the door, and if it's unlocked, they go in and take some valuables. They said whoever it was probably left when they heard that someone was home. That never quite sat right with me though, because I only ever heard the door open and close a single time. Ever since this happened, I triple check every door and window lock whenever I'm home alone. Let me tell you the story of how I developed social anxiety disorder. I used to work night shifts, so I sleep during the daytime. A few years ago, I woke up to some pretty terrible news. I had a bunch of missed calls and unread text messages from my landlord. They were telling me to call them as soon as possible. I called them up and they told me there was a leak in the apartment downstairs, one they figured was coming from my apartment. As a result, they'd shut off the water while I was asleep. That meant no shower, no coffee, I couldn't even flush my own toilet. The only consolation was that I'd found a plumber to find and fix the leak, and he'd reimburse me the money if I kept a receipt or invoice. It was already around 3 in the afternoon when I learned the news about the water being shut off, which was obviously coming up to the end of most people's working days. I knew a few emergency plumbers who might be able to deal with the problem on short notice, but all of them were too busy to take the job. I ended up calling around to a few friends to see if I could stay at their place until the problem was dealt with. Luckily, one of my girlfriends was more than willing to take me in. She also offered me a Hail Mary sort of suggestion though, as to where I could find someone who wasn't a pro but knew just enough about plumbing to be able to help. Craigslist. I didn't think it would be very much help at all. I mean, I figured most people used it to sell stuff and organize hookups or whatever, but then again, I'd never actually used the site all that much. To my surprise, there was an entire section of the services part of the site that was called Household. What do you know? Third post down said something like 37-year-old handyman looking for some work, with the post saying he knew a little bit about everything and would take jobs on short notice at really low prices. It seemed a little bit too good to be true, and I suppose that's because it was. I gave the guy a call on the number he'd included in his post and explained the situation to him. Honestly, I expected him to give me the same "sorry, too busy" line that all the others had, but no. He seemed all too happy to drive out that evening to see if he could shut off this leaky pipe and go turn my water back on. I thought to myself, damn, all my prayers have just been answered. I mean, the guy even said himself it sounded like a really simple job. He was amazed another plumber hadn't come out already to just open up the floorboards, close off the pipe, and turn the water back on. Now, I knew absolutely nothing about all this, so when he said opening up the floorboards or whatever and how it was such a simple process, I just ate it all up. About an hour or so after I'd made the first phone call, the guy showed up to my apartment and told me he was outside. I realized I'd totally forgot to tell him which apartment it was. I let him know and I buzzed him in. The guy then showed up at my door, looking totally legit. I showed him into the bathroom, which is where the landlord thought the leak was coming from. I then went back to my TV room and carried on preparing my very late breakfast. Remember, I worked night shifts at the time. A few minutes later, the guy who called himself Tony called me into the bathroom. "Hey, does this look right to you?" I walked toward the bathroom, stuck my head around the door to take a peek, and that's the last thing I remember. The next thing I know, there's a bright light in front of me, and I groggily realized it was coming from the little pen flashlight of an EMT checking if I was responsive or not. I started panicking, asking what was going on. They told me to keep still while they got a stretcher up to my apartment. They put me on it and wheeled me out into the hallway outside. There was the friend who agreed to let me stay at her place. She was in hysterics, asking the EMT if I was going to be okay. I remember relaxing and sinking into the stretcher when I heard them say yes. I felt like I wanted to sleep for days, but when I told the EMTs I was feeling so tired I could just take a nap while they were driving me to the hospital, they kept insisting I stay awake. To do anything I could to stay up. In the end, they kept asking me all these dumb small talk style questions just to keep me talking. Then, at the hospital, I'm pretty sure they gave me something to keep me from drifting off as well. Because apparently, falling asleep with a head injury can actually be fatal. Not long after, the cops showed up to take a statement about the plumber guy from me. They'd gone through my place and found a bunch of valuables missing. Obvious stuff too, like the TV being gone from the mount on the wall. All my jewelry gone as well, with my rooms completely ransacked. Only then did I put two and two together and realized what really happened. That guy was not a plumber at all. He hadn't even touched anything in the bathroom. He just used the whole handyman thing as a front to rob people. One of the cops told me I was the fourth person to get robbed by that same guy that month, only because he uses different phone numbers every time and never told anyone the truth about himself. They hadn't been able to track him down. As far as I know, they still haven't caught the guy. He pulled a few robberies, then quit when the public got a warning about hiring anonymous handymen on the internet. He's probably still out there robbing people to this day, doing his thing, switching it up, and not getting caught. I hope those other people he robbed and beat got over what happened to them eventually, but I didn't. Like I said, I developed a serious anxiety disorder after the attack, and it hit me in a way I just didn't expect. Bad things can happen to good people sometimes. I know that, and I took a lot of comfort in knowing the cops were at least closing the net around this guy. Then though, after I got out of the hospital, it must have been 2 or 3 days before I realized I couldn't bring myself to leave the house. I got nervous just getting food from the delivery guys that dropped it off at my apartment building. I figured it would just go away eventually, only it never did. I always got this tight feeling in my chest, an itchy feeling all over me, whenever anyone I didn't know walked outside my apartment or outside in the hallway. Sometimes I still find myself running to the peephole with the gun I bought, staring through the little glass circle, waiting to see if the face of the guy who robbed me is on the other side. I know it's never going to be there, but I still find myself doing it. I got a nasty scar on my jawline from where the guy hit me too. The EMTs said I must have had a steel skeleton or something, because it's a miracle my jaw wasn't broken. I guess I got a lot of scars people can't see, along with a wound I'm not sure will ever properly heal. So way back when the PS3 first came out, I really wanted one. I mean, I wanted one bad. The main reason was because I wanted to play Call of Duty 3, still one of my favorite game series ever. Since my idiot self was slow on pre-ordering one though, I was slow when it came to the actual release date too. I remember watching eBay like a hawk, scouring Craigslist every day. Day after day went by, and I didn't have any luck finding one at all. Then though, boom, I see this one post on Craigslist that said a guy was selling his brand new PlayStation 3 and Call of Duty 3 included, both for like $400, at least $100 below asking price. The thing was, he needed to sell it ASAP, and he needed someone to drive over to him to pick it up. The person that could pay his asking price and pick up ASAP got the package. Somehow, I got lucky, really lucky. Apparently, a lot of folks were messaging him for it, and it sounded like they were going to rob him or something. I was older than most of those wannabe buyers. I could text him a picture of the cash and drive over to the Walmart parking lot that night to be able to pick it up. I felt like a kid at Christmas or something. Granted, most kids don't drive to Santa and pay him $400 to get their presents, but still, I was majorly excited. Only trouble was, the guy was working late that night. I'd have to drive over to the Walmart parking lot at like 2 in the morning just to pick it up. Now, I know what you're thinking. Walmart parking lot, 2 a.m., something bad was always going to happen. And yeah, I'd be lying if I said it hadn't passed my mind while I was thinking about this whole thing. I think I made myself clear at the beginning though. I really wanted that stupid World War II game, and the amount I wanted it outweighed whatever good sense I had. And that's how I found myself in the Walmart parking lot in South Hanover way after dark. Like I said, there was always a chance something bad was going to happen. I just figured it would be from the other end of the law. I'm just sitting there when I heard someone tapping on the glass of my driver's side window. I saw a gun and thought I was about to get carjacked or something. They got me out of the car at gunpoint. Then though, I saw a badge on the dude's plainclothes belt. Honestly, I breathed a sigh of relief at first. I knew my reason for being there sounded sketchy. Picking up a PlayStation 3 at 2 in the morning would have sounded really sus if I was a cop. Then though, they pulled the $400 in cash out of my wallet and said they were confiscating it as suspected earnings for drugs. I started to get real angry. I told them to search my car for drugs or guns or whatever they were looking for. If they didn't find anything, they had no right to take my money. One of the cops smirked when I said that though, screaming in my face and threatening to beat me. His partner had to calm him down, like he was legitimately worried he was about to punch me or something. The angry cop walked back to their unmarked car, and the other cop wrote a ticket for the cash they took. While he did that, he apologized for his partner and promised if I brought some pay stubs to the precinct, I'd get all my money back, no problems. I was angry I was probably gonna miss out on the PlayStation, but I figured these guys were just doing their jobs. Getting it taken by the police was at least much better than getting straight up robbed and carjacked by some random dudes that wouldn't have been so reluctant to beat me down. I drove over to the precinct first thing in the morning with some pay stubs, which I figured would prove the money was mine. I get there, ticket in hand, and some cop walks out with an evidence bag with my money in it. Only right as she puts it down in front of me, I tell her there must be some kind of mistake. I told her the cops had pulled me out of my car and took exactly $400 off me, but in this bag there was no more than $100. She then shows me the ticket and the little box that listed confiscated items. It said $100 instead of $400. Right then, it was my turn to freak out. I couldn't believe they would do me like that. I started demanding complaint forms, numbers to call, all that. The lady just thought I was sizing up the amount, but I swear to God it was more money than that. She gave me the number to call to register a complaint, which I did. I know. Cops taking bribes around Baltimore is probably only raising eyebrows with the most naive of you. Missing out on the PS3 wasn't the scary thing though. The scary thing was coming home from work 3 days later and seeing a car I didn't recognize parked right across the street from my house. I didn't immediately assume anything bad. I just wondered who in the neighborhood had gotten themselves such a nice new set of wheels. And that's when I saw him though. The same plainclothes cop that wanted to tee off on me that night. The same cop who'd stolen my money. He just looked me dead in the eyes and smiled before driving off down the block. It was like a warning or something, just to tell me he knew I'd made the complaint. If criminals or gangsters do stuff that shakes you up, sure, but it makes sense. Those Johns are supposed to rob you or shoot you or whatever, but when it's the cops doing it, the same people who are supposed to protect you and you're supposed to turn to, that's really terrifying. Back when I was about 4 or 5 years old, Me and my mom went to stay over with my grandparents for the weekend. My dad had left before I was even born, so it had always just been me and my mom. My grandparents were also a huge part of my life growing up. We'd go over on a Friday night, then stay till late on Sunday, mainly so my mom could have a social life or work the long weekend shifts at her job. So this one dark Sunday evening around the holidays, I remember getting carried out to the car. I was half asleep already. I don't even remember driving off because I must have been out like a light the moment I got strapped into the car seat. Next thing I remember though, I felt cold on my face. I could hear my mom crying and begging someone not to hurt her because she had me in the car. I remember looking outside and seeing what I thought was a monster at the time. But what I later learned was a man in a bunny mask. If you've ever seen that slasher movie You're Next, it was kind of like that. Not just some flimsy plastic thing. It was super detailed and really creepy looking. The guy's partner had basically stood in the middle of the road with his car at the side, like he crashed or something. When my mom pulled over to help, he put on a ski mask. His partner appeared with a bunny mask on, and then proceeded to rob us before doing something unspeakable to my mom. It almost killed her. I mean that both literally and metaphorically. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and I ended up living with my grandparents for almost a whole year because she was in and out of various institutions. It messed her up that bad. I hardly got away scot-free either. I had nightmares about a bunny monster chasing my mom for years afterward, and that image was burned into my retina. But like with most things, time is the greatest healer, and as I hit double-digit ages, things eventually got better, and we started to live something of a normal life again. Cut to me being 24, still living with my mom, looking for an apartment to move into because I got a decent paying job with my college degree. The place came unfurnished, so I was looking for cheap furniture and decor for the place. One of the first things I started looking at was Craigslist. In the for sale section, I started seeing some pretty sweet-looking items at bargain bin prices, so I contacted one of the sellers and discovered it was some guy's granddaughter, selling off a bunch of his stuff to pay for a care home. The girl seemed really nice and even promised me some kind of discount if I bought a bunch in bulk. We arranged for me to go over to her grandpa's place to check out some of the stuff before I handed over the cash. This one Saturday afternoon, I drove over to the house to start haggling. She introduced herself and was really sweet, but when I saw her grandpa, I realized why they needed the money for a care home. He was in a really, really bad way. I don't know exactly what was wrong with him because I didn't ask much questions about his condition, but you could see it was real bad. He couldn't move at all from his wheelchair. He had an oxygen tank and barely even reacted to meeting me. You could just kind of visibly see he didn't have too long left. I checked out the 3 main items on my list: a closet, a desk, and a dinner table. Me and the granddaughter agreed on a price for them. I obviously had to arrange a U-Haul to go pick them up and all that stuff, but I figured I could arrange for the following weekend, once we'd confirmed the purchases. Once that was done, me and the granddaughter had some coffee together, and she explained that almost everything in the house was for sale. Apparently her grandpa had been something of a wild child in his youth, in and out of jail. Although he'd led a much more regular existence after his final stint in jail, he hadn't got a lot saved up for a rainy day. It was a real sad story. The girl went on to explain that everything in the garage was for sale too, if I wanted to take a look around in there. At this stage, I figured I'd buy a few more things from them. Maybe stuff they wouldn't be able to sell easily, knickknacks or whatever. I could decorate my apartment while the money went to what I considered at the time to be a worthy cause. We finished up the coffee and the girl went to help her grandpa out with something. I headed out to the garage to check out all the stuff they had piled in there. And boy do I mean piled up. There was a literal mountain of garbage in there, but some stuff I figured I could make a home for. I'm talking stuff like old cookie jars, books, weird ornaments, all kinds of things. I started digging through this pile of stuff, placing some of the items I considered buying to one side, when suddenly I spotted something that made me freeze in place. What had obviously once been bright white was now dirty gray-brown. All the paint in the eyes and the mouth was old and peeling, but surely I recognized what this was. It was something I'd seen in hundreds of nightmares I had as a kid, something that traumatized me and my mom for years. It was a bunny mask of the exact same design as the one worn by the guy who'd almost taken my mom from me. I remember looking at it for a few seconds, then kind of stumbling away in complete disbelief. I told myself there was no way it was the exact one. But then I started to piece it together, how Grandpa had been in and out of prison, and it started to make a horrible kind of sense. I tried to pull myself together. I think I did a good enough job of it to just bundle up what I'd pulled out of the trash pile before carrying it into the house to talk. I put on a fake smile and paid for the stuff, then tried to make it sound as natural and innocently curious as possible. When I asked the girl what her grandpa had gone to jail for, she was kind of taken aback and didn't know exactly. She just knew we didn't talk much about it, and neither did her mom. So she figured that whatever it was, it must have been something to be pretty ashamed of. I asked if I could go into the room with the guy to thank him personally, insisting when the girl said he might not really be able to hear me, and if he did, he probably wouldn't respond in any way. I said it was okay, still maintaining my composure, and insisting I go into this room to thank him. By the time I got to the guy's bedroom door, my hand was shaking though. When I walked in, there he was, sitting in his wheelchair, not even looking to see who just walked in. His granddaughter had positioned him in front of a TV, but he wasn't really watching it. He was just kind of staring into space. I sat down on the bed near him, arranging my thoughts at first. I asked him something like, "Where were you living around December of 1987? It obviously didn't get so much as a nod from him. He just kept his empty stare fixed on the wall. I wanted to get up and leave, wondering if my questions would just confuse or upset a sick old man. But there was a part of me that wouldn't let me leave without asking him the other questions. I was hoping he'd say something, anything to me about that mask I'd found in the garage. As it turns out, though, I didn't need his words to know he could hear me. I asked him again, "Did you rob a woman with a kid in her car around Christmas time of that year?" Nothing moved but his eyes, which moved up from the spot he was looking at as he began to stare at something else. This time, though, he clearly was not staring into oblivion. It looked like he was remembering something. I told him his granddaughter had told me he'd been in and out of jail, and although he hadn't told her exactly what for, I thought I had a pretty good idea of what it was. He stayed quiet, but his body began to tremble, almost like he was trying to say something but couldn't. What I said next was basically a lie. I whispered in his ear, "I know it was you." His reaction confirmed it in my head. He had no way of effectively communicating, but I could see his eyes were filled with regret. They started to tear up. Maybe not being able to talk was beginning to overwhelm him. At least I figured that was what his reaction was. I don't know if he wanted me to tell him to go kick rocks or if he wanted to say he was sorry or what, but I didn't care at that point. I just had one more thing to say to him before I got up and walked out. "You almost ruined my life. You deserve to be in that chair." He actually let out a kind of whimper as I stood up and walked out. When the guy's granddaughter stopped me to say thank you, I disguised what I was feeling by telling her myself and her grandpa had shared quite an emotional exchange of gratitude. I guess she thought it was kind of sweet. I honestly hope she never found out the truth. After getting back into my car, I only made it about 2 blocks before I pulled over and started bawling. I was filled with doubt. Like the thing that got me crying was the idea I might have seriously distressed a sick old man. But the other voice in my head was saying, "That's him. I know it was him." When I regained my composure, I drove over to my mom's place to tell her all about it, and we both cried together. When she said she also thought it was the same guy, I asked her if anyone was caught for what happened to us. She said yes, but they were sent to jail as a result, and she had to appear in court to testify. That's part of the whole reason I was staying with my grandparents during that period. The whole court appearance thing just weighed so heavily on her mental health. I actually had no idea anyone was caught for it up until that moment. I was always under the impression those guys had just gotten away, and I grew up knowing better than to bring it up with my mom either. I mean, I still wouldn't have ever really spoken to her about it if it wasn't for that chance encounter. Part of me wondered if she'd even really believe me. It was only when I described what the guy looked like that it actually clicked for her. At first, she refused to believe it. It just seemed like perfect karma for the guy, like too perfect an end to a story. I don't believe things like that happen very often in life. In the months that followed, it felt like a great weight had been lifted from our shoulders. Nothing could ever change the past or undo the trauma we both experienced, but knowing the guy was suffering in such a way was like proof there really was a God. I know that might sound a little bit unhinged, but I can't really think of any other way to phrase it. I guess I still don't quite believe in happy endings, and I still think the world is a cold, cruel place, but I know from experience there's such a thing as divine justice. Before I really get into this, I want all of you who are about to hear my story to know that I am a decent man. I care for and about other people, but we all get down on our luck sometimes. When this took place, I was a single father, on the verge of losing my home. My wife had died recently to cancer, and my 2 children really needed me to be that strong, stable parent they knew would never leave and always take care of them. When my wife passed, I dove headfirst into a horrible depressive episode. I stopped eating and I couldn't bring myself to go into work. This, of course, resulted in me being fired, and at one point or another, Child Protective Services was called. The threat of having my children taken away from me was very serious and absolutely terrifying. I knew my wife would have been disappointed in me if she could see me now. And frankly, I was disappointed in myself as well. After losing my job, all the money I'd saved began to drain very quickly. By my 4th month of unemployment, I found myself shoplifting bread and lunch meat from the store just so I could feed my children and make ends meet. I'd stopped making payments on the house, and the bank told me they were going to foreclose if I didn't pay everything within a month. I tried to get my job back, but they pretty much wanted nothing to do with me. Finding a job was hard in those days too. It was around 2009 and I looked everywhere. On top of possibly losing my home, I had CPS telling me that without my job and certainly without my home, my children would be taken away immediately. Placed with people who could house and care for them properly, seeing as I would be considered an unfit parent. I was not about to let anyone take my children away from me, so I did what any desperate man would do to keep his children. I robbed a couple of bars. I know that sounds insane, but at the time I had nothing left to lose. With the threat of losing everything looming over me at all times, I had to do something. I made a plan to go to this upscale bar, only a couple of cities away, and get whatever small amount of money I could. I knew there would be threats involved coming from my end, but I was never going to hurt anyone for real. Eventually, the day finally came. It was the middle of summer around noontime, a time when I figured not too many people would be there. I had a knife on me and brought a duffel bag to put in whatever small amount of money I managed to get. I parked my minivan directly outside the double doors of the small building and entered quickly. I brandished my knife and screamed at everyone to get down and stay calm. The screams were immediate. I could see the terror on these people's faces. The worst part, though, was that I hadn't realized this wasn't just a bar. It was a restaurant, too. My original plan had suddenly turned into traumatizing multiple children I had no idea would even be there. In my haste, I had overlooked a portion of researching that should have gone into planning out such a robbery. The place had bar in the name, though, so I figured it was that and called it. In the moment, though, I couldn't let these small details bother me. I'd come in with a purpose, and it wasn't like I could just back out now. I instructed everyone to take out their wallets and put whatever cash they had on the tables closest to them, as well as any watches or jewelry of substantial value. I rushed to the register and threatened the worker to open it, or I would hurt someone in the room. She did what she was told, and I pulled out whatever money was within. I collected all the loose money and valuable from the tables and quickly exited the bar without a single person trying to stop me. The only issue was, after counting up the money and pawning off the jewelry, I'd only made out with around $3,000, and that wasn't going to be nearly enough. Eventually, I saw it on the news. The story broke about a robber, but no one ever came to my door and arrested me. I figured over time, maybe I was in the clear. I knew I would have to do it again, too. This time, I did much more research in the bar I'd be hitting, made sure there would be no children and not as many people either. The bar was about an hour away, and not quite such an upscale place. I parked my car with my supplies and headed out while the kids would be at school and people would be at work. It was around 1 in the afternoon or so. When I entered the bar in a ski mask but knife in hand, I honestly thought this would go just as smooth as the last time. Of course, nothing ever does. The first thing I noticed was the rough crowd in the place. Large men who looked like bikers, and people who had clearly been through a lot in their lives. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't scared. I knew there was no backing out now, though. I went up to the register, and the worker didn't hesitate to give me the money inside. That's when I felt it. A sharp pain began to burn with each small step backwards I took. I looked down and saw multiple stab wounds and a knife sticking out of my stomach, with a man grinning next to me, still holding the handle of the blade. He was clearly proud of himself for what he had just done. Instinct told me to pull it out, and when I did, the blood started gushing. I knew if I didn't get out of there, these people would kill me. I quickly began making my way to the front door, but I was being pushed and attacked all along the way. I remember swinging my knife at these people, but I didn't think I actually made contact with anyone. I was able to make it out and into my van, with the stab wounds being my only injury. I knew I couldn't go to the hospital though, otherwise the police would know I was the one robbing these bars. I pulled up to a drugstore and grabbed some bandages and rubbing alcohol to clean and hopefully seal the wounds to stop them from bleeding. The pain was incredible, and I thought I was going to pass out a few times, but I managed to push through it. For the next month, I couldn't even walk without any pain, but I was able to keep my children and find a job soon after. I'm grateful the wounds didn't turn into something more serious. I did end up finding I'd accidentally stabbed someone in the bar during the scramble to get out of there. It was a superficial wound though, so thankfully he recovered just fine. I felt horrible about it at the time, and I still do to this day. My kids are grown now with their own families, and I don't recommend anyone go down the route I did, but it felt like my only option at the time. I know this whole story makes me seem like a terrible person, but ask yourself, what would you do to keep your children? Desperation makes you do crazy things, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. This happened to my parents in the late 1980s. They were in their mid-20s when my parents decided to go camping in California. When they arrived at their destination, it was already kind of late. My mom was sitting down on a log and my dad was unpacking the truck. While sitting down, she heard walking around the campsite, so she quietly told my dad she heard someone out there. They both decided to leave just in case. They drove about 3 miles down the road with their headlights off, so they couldn't be followed. Once they got to the new site, they set up camp and began to drink their asses off while listening to a boxing match on the radio. Eventually, they settled in for the night. Now, they don't know for sure that this next event is connected to the first, but they believe that it is. My dad fell asleep before my mom did. My mom was kinda in that state where you're half awake, half asleep, when suddenly she heard footsteps outside the tent. She abruptly snapped back into consciousness and listened outside. She then tried to wake my dad up quietly, but he was way too out of it for that. She listened for what seemed like hours, when suddenly she heard the creepiest voice you could ever imagine, calling out through the tent walls. "I'm here. I'm gonna kill you." While the man outside was saying this, he ran what she believed to be a knife along the tent wall. She could hear him walking and slowly dragging the knife. She was literally frozen in place. She couldn't say anything or move. She just sat there with her mouth agape. Finally, she snapped out of it though, and screamed for my dad. She told him to grab the shotgun and kill that son of a bitch outside. With that, my dad finally awoke. They heard the snapping of twigs and footsteps, and heard whoever was outside running away. Of course, my parents didn't have a shotgun at all. It was a huge bluff that actually worked in their favor. My dad got up seconds later and began to run outside, but the person was already long gone after he tried to search. After that, my parents decided they were going to get the hell out of there before anything else happened. When they arrived at the truck though, they saw their tires had all been slashed. Now they were in the middle of nowhere, with no way out, with some maniac out there that wanted to kill them. They tried refilling their tires with one of those devices used on blow-up rafts, but obviously that did not work. Still though, they had to try something. About an hour or so later, a ranger that was patrolling the area came along and helped them out. He brought them back into town so they could get their tires fixed. While talking to this ranger, they found out that he had been searching for suspicious activity in the area due to some recent murders nearby. My parents were extremely lucky to make it out of that, because they were most likely the killer's next victims. My sister Sarah often walks at night. She goes outside and walks around random areas of the farm. 2 nights ago, I looked outside and saw her walking at a brisk pace, holding Father's hatchet. It wasn't the first time she'd attacked our cattle at night. We might have sent her away even, if not for this simple truth. She was always asleep whenever she went walking at night. Our father had been gone for 5 years or so, and our mother cried herself to sleep most of the time. Cried because of Sarah. It was 1:30 after midnight one night when I awoke suddenly. I knew that Sarah had opened my door. I went over to shut it once again. When I sleep, she often walks around with knives and sharp farm tools in the home. When I walked downstairs, I could see she was there sitting in Father's chair, clutching a knife on her person. She was looking right at me. I took a single step towards her, and she sprung up to her feet and took 2 paces toward me. Then she stopped in place. I called out her name and told her I would take her back to bed now. This time, though, was different. I am not sleeping. I asked her if she wasn't asleep this time, then why was she holding the knife on her? What she said next really scared me. Because I want to kill you and Mother. I told her she was ill and she needed to put the knife back before Mother caught her. She turned around and ran outside. I didn't leave the house that night, and I locked the door behind her. When Mother and I found Sarah the next morning in the moor, she had stabbed herself in the eye and was dead face down outside the barn. I'm worried about my mother now. She hasn't slept well ever since that night. She always has nightmares, and now I don't know what I'm going to do. Driving down Old River Road in California back in 2002, I found myself desperately in need of some gas. I was driving through this old town called Isleton, so I parked my car at the first building I saw. It looked like some kind of old hotel, maybe 150 years old. That's how ancient it looked. I searched all around the town, but I couldn't seem to find a gas station anywhere nearby. What I did see, though, was a very overweight woman sitting on a porch at a nearby house. This house also looked very, very old. I couldn't see the woman's face from where I was, but I could somehow tell she was looking at me the entire time. I looked up at the old hotel windows and saw that someone was also watching me through one of them. If you've ever seen that movie House of Wax, remember the town in that movie? It was almost just like that. I looked over to another building and saw an old rusted metal Coca-Cola sign that was swinging back and forth. It was making this very loud screeching noise. Without any warning, I suddenly felt sick to my stomach. I had no idea why, but I had to throw up right then. I got out of my truck, fell to my knees on the gravel, and vomited all over. I could see to the right of me, someone was approaching me slowly. As soon as I stopped and looked up for a second from my vomiting, I heard the person begin running away. I just barely caught a glimpse of a man ducking behind a building as I looked up. What the hell was going on here? This grown man was sneaking up on me while I was vulnerable. Unfortunately, I soon became sick again. This time, I distinctly saw a woman sneaking around as well. I heard her talking too, and in between my heaving, I heard her say, "Just go do it." I saw the man again begin approaching me faster. I forced myself to my feet and looked at the man as he closed in on me. He stopped in place and looked me dead in the eyes. He was a very skinny man and looked like he was hooked on meth. His eyes were open super wide and his lips were twitching like I'd just caught him in the middle of doing something wrong. All I said to the man was that I was leaving right now. I got in my truck and locked the doors. After that, I looked all around me to make sure I would be clear to leave. The man was already gone and hidden away. I didn't see the woman anymore either. I hit the gas and was out of that town in seconds. It was the creepiest small town I've ever seen, and I don't think I'll ever try to go back there. So, I would consider camping my passion. It's the only hobby I have that I take much interest in. I get really excited to do more, specifically camping alone. Of course, I camp with friends every once in a while, but nothing matches the experience of camping out in the wild all alone. There's just something about sitting beside a fire you made yourself until late at night and going to bed with nothing but the sounds of the wild to accompany you. Of course, camping alone also means I experience some pretty scary-ass shit. Usually, it's just animals howling and crying from the woods that send chills down your spine, or animals that take an interest in your tent. I've had bears sniffing down at me, which was absolutely terrifying. Usually, that keeps me up the rest of the night. I make sure I don't keep any food in my tent though, so no animal should ever really want to go inside. The scariest thing I've had to encounter out in the wild though is another person. You would think that animal and human footprints would sound relatively similar, but I've discovered that they don't really. I've only had it happen twice now. The first time, it was just passing footsteps in the grass while I was out camping. They didn't do anything to me, but knowing someone else was out there and I didn't know who they were scared me shitless. The second time, though, someone stopped and waited for a while. They sounded about 20 feet away from my tent. I was holding my breath until they just walked off again. About a month ago, though, I had the scariest experience of them all. It was around 2 a.m. or so. I had been lying in my sleeping bag for about an hour, listening to the sounds of the wild, when I heard footsteps rapidly approaching me. I remember distinctly how they sounded as they brushed through all the grass. They kept getting closer and closer, and at this point I was pretty freaked out. It sounded like they were approaching me directly. They stopped right outside the entrance of my tent. I was trying my hardest to keep my breathing quiet. I always take a handgun with me when I go camping just to stay safe from animals, and that was the first thing that came to mind when they stopped right there, that I needed that gun as quickly and quietly as I could get it. I reached into my open backpack, ruffling around softly through the clothing and such, until I finally found my gun and pulled it out. I held it tightly, staring at my tent door. What happened next really made me panic. The person outside started to unzip the door. It was so quiet and sneaky, like they were trying to be silent. At this point, I was thinking no more assumptions needed to be made. I was going to make sure I didn't get murdered. I flipped the safety off of my gun. The person stopped unzipping my tent after they heard the click of the safety. I choked out the words, "Who's there? I have a gun." After that, the person ran off faster than I've ever heard anyone run before. Needless to say, I couldn't exactly shut my eyes easily after that. I was shaking. I thought for sure I was either going to be killed or have to kill someone that night. I still do go camping alone. I still go camping alone to this day, despite all the scariness I've experienced. Honestly, the best part about camping is that you never know what you're going to encounter. I'm gonna preface this following story with some relevant information. Some countries have a not exactly common yet still terrifying kidnapping problem. Instead of asking for a ransom though, the perpetrators will murder their victims and harvest them for their organs in order to sell them on the black market. The buyers are typically wealthy, sickly people who would otherwise be unable to find donors. Back in the late 90s, I was around 10 years old, living in Moscow, Russia. One afternoon, I was in my grandmother's room, watching the news on the television. It's not that I was watching the news to stay informed, it's that there was literally nothing else to watch, except some god-awful Soviet-era shows. The news was describing a man the police were after. He was wanted for kidnapping children and harvesting their organs. A composite sketch of the man's face was shown, but I soon grew bored. I telephoned my friend to go outside and play with me. We did, and as the sun was beginning to set, we were walking back on the path home. The path we had taken was quite shadowy, as it was through some trees and between a bunch of condominium buildings. There were hot water pipes running parallel to the path too. Our building was about 60 meters from where the trees finally cleared and the path ended. We were always cautious about our surroundings when we were outside, especially of other people. Because of this, it had become sort of a habit to look behind ourselves every once in a while. Something was making me really uneasy this day though. I looked behind me, expecting to see nothing there, but instead I saw some man was behind us, about 30 meters away. I didn't really put too much stock in it at first. I looked back to the front again. The man's face seemed familiar for some reason. At that exact moment, I remembered that composite sketch from earlier. I was immediately gripped with fear. I glanced behind me again, only to see that to my horror, the man was jogging towards us, quickly closing the gap between us. I turned calmly to my friend, the reason being that if I panicked right now and just told him to run away without any context, he might think I was joking and get caught. Perhaps I also didn't want to arouse the man's suspicion, thinking that if he noticed my intent to run, it would give him enough time to accelerate to a full sprint. Without hesitation, I muttered to my friend that someone was after us, and that on three, we were going to run as hard as we can to our building. I didn't give him time for a reaction, figuring that if he took it as a joke, he would just think I was trying to get an early advantage in a race game. It was the ideal plan for me. On the count of 3, we sprinted, and never once did I look back. I prepared the keys in advance and hoped I could get the triple doors open in time. The first door we kicked open, as it was the only unlocked one. I unlocked the second door and slammed it shut behind me. I entered the passcode on the next door and stumbled into the building. We immediately began laughing uncomfortably, since it was both so thrilling and so scary. It was much like the times we'd run from a place where we just caused a bunch of mischief, only now with much more danger. That's probably what security thought as well, as the guard didn't believe me when I told him what happened. When I looked back out the windows, I saw no trace of the man. I wondered for a long time if it really could have been the same man from the news, but I guess I'll never find out. The lady that my mother had asked to watch my sisters and I was not well in the head. She would arrive at our flat after dark while my mother was gone and watch us until she returned. She would always insist on playing hide and go seek together. My sisters and I loved this game, but not with the lights off like she would insist every time. This night, it was first my turn to find them. I found my sisters first. They were downstairs hiding together under the table. I was pretty sure the lady was hiding somewhere upstairs. I was too afraid to go look for her though after the last visit. She'd come out of the darkness and grab me out of nowhere. When I screamed, she jammed her fingers down my throat. Me and my sisters waited in the library that night until Mother returned. She was very upset with the lady, as she could not find her either. My mother decided she must have gone home or something, but I was afraid she was still there somewhere. As I was laying in bed, I had just begun to fall asleep, but then I suddenly felt my eyes snap open. I saw the woman coming out from underneath the edge of my bed. As I screamed, she rushed over to me and jammed her fingers down my throat. My eyes poured out tears as she leaned down to look at me. Luckily, my mother just happened to be walking by to go to the bathroom. As she saw what was happening and entered my room, the woman ran away, and I never saw her again after. I don't know the name of the town, but it was somewhere in the last 30 miles or so of Interstate 16. If you've ever been on that road, you know there's maybe 3 exits in the 165 miles that actually have any sort of civilization on them. We were on a road trip, and one of the girls with us had to go to the bathroom really badly. Because of this, we stopped at the next exit. At the end of the off-ramp was a sign that simply said gas 1 mile. We turned that way, and for the entire mile, it was just nothing but trees, with the occasional single wide trailer off to the side. Then, when we got to the gas station, which looked like something out of a horror movie, the pumps were old and rusty. There were only 2 of them, and the only building was a single gray tiny building. We walked in there, and the floor sagged as we walked. We walked to the back where the bathroom was. There was only a single-person bathroom, so the girl went first. Then her boyfriend went after. When he went in though and came out, all he said was that we needed to leave right away. When we got back to the car, he told us that while he was in there, the entire toilet had suddenly broken through the floor on one side and gotten stuck at a 45-degree angle. The floor was so rotten that he tripped, and at that moment he looked up, only to see that in the window there was a man staring down into his eyes. We got out of there in a real hurry. We're pretty sure that if we had stayed there any longer, we would have had an encounter with some very bad people. Damn it, not again. Those were the words I heard my father saying. He was saying them while looking down at one of our chickens, which had been completely ripped open. Blood was scattered everywhere. This had been the 4th chicken this week to meet such a fate. I was just a boy at the time, but I remember my dad shouting he would gut whatever beast was eating our chickens. My dad unraveled some wire and emptied out some cans of beans, and he wired the cans around the perimeter of the coop. The beasts would come in the night, and when they hit those wired cans, the cans would make a sound. Later that night, after setting up this trap, we heard the sound of the cans clanking and flailing about. Whatever beast this was outside. My dad took a rifle and threw on his boots. He ran out there to face whatever was slaughtering those innocent chickens. I watched from the window as my dad ran out through the field then stopped dead in his tracks. I ran outside, worried to see what was wrong. It was when I approached and looked at him. His mouth was open, with one lip curled in a face of disgust. I saw that it was no beast at all. Instead, there was a man there, a skin and bones man with long hair and a beard, not wearing any clothes. He was hunched over a chicken, holding the mutilated bird above his head and letting the blood drain down into his mouth. I had never seen something so terrifying in my life. Not even 30 years later have I seen anything like this. My dad lifted the rifle and yelled at the man that he needed to leave right now. I don't know if it was on purpose or because he was so surprised, but my dad fired the gun and nearly hit the man right in the face. The man quickly got up and looked over at my dad with a bloody smile. He then sprinted off. He never did come back, but I always wondered why he was eating those chickens and drinking their blood. Maybe some sort of satanic ritual? Maybe he was mentally ill, or maybe he just liked the taste of blood. I grew up living with my mother and my sister. It was a fairly normal childhood living in a small town in the UK. I never really knew my dad though. All I knew from what my mother told me was that he was a very bad man. I first met him when I was around 10 years old. It was all very confusing, and I don't really remember everything. I think they had started seeing each other again around that time. They saw each other on and off for a few months. Then he would just disappear for a while. This carried on throughout my teens, up until I was around 15 years old. He started to get quite aggressive around that point, and she would refuse to see him anymore. My mother never told me this when I was younger, but he used to beat her within an inch of his life when she was pregnant with me. One afternoon he came to the door, and when my mom would not let him in, he tried to break the door down, shouting he was going to burn the house down and kill all of us inside. What he didn't know was that I was there to witness all of this. I saw him at the front of the house with his hands to his neck, mimicking slitting our throats. The day he got arrested, my mom got a restraining order against him. That was the last time we had heard from him, until 3 years ago. I got a postcard in the mail with nothing but my name on it and a phone number written down. I instantly recognized my own dad's messy handwriting. I thought it was odd that after 5 years of no contact, I would suddenly get a random postcard from him. Obviously, I ignored it. In July of 2013, though, my mother found the police at our door. They came with some news that was shocking, but also somehow not shocking at all. I'll start from the beginning. My grandmother had gone to visit my father. She's often traveling around, and it wasn't unusual to not hear from her for some weeks. When nobody had heard anything from her for 3 months, though, the family began to worry. The last person who had seen or heard anything from her was my dad. This all happened around the same time I received that postcard. Her going missing had also coincided with the discovery of a body about a half-mile from where she was last seen. A relative identified her from digital reconstruction of her skull, which was a striking resemblance of her. My dad was the #1 suspect at this point. He was arrested on suspicion of her murder and later charged as well. The police took statements and told us they found evidence that proved it was him. My father denied everything, of course. We were all following the case very closely, which was when all the grisly details started coming out. Apparently, they had an argument, and he ended up killing, dismembering, and burying her in a shallow grave. They said she may even have still been alive when he dismembered her. Strangely enough, his family were all on his side and said he was innocent. Later, when he came clean about the whole thing, he said he thought she was a reptile in human skin and wanted to cut her open to see her scales or something. He was being held in a secure psychiatric facility, but currently is in prison. He's been assessed by multiple psychiatrists who say he has paranoid schizophrenia. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison for manslaughter, not murder. I find it absolutely appalling he served 3 years already, so he'll be out in 6 more. Someone who killed his own mother in cold blood and made death threats to his own daughter will be out of prison so soon. It absolutely terrifies me what could possibly happen if he ever finds me or my family again. I'm also extremely confused about the postcard he sent me at the same time he killed her. I don't understand how the justice system could fuck up so much and let such a dangerous person out of prison so soon. I should also mention he's being held in a different country from where I live, although it's very easy to cross the border. He received an extended sentence that when he's set free, he's not allowed to travel outside the country for a further 9 years. This doesn't mean he would be unable to altogether, though. If he tried, it would only take about 4 hours to get to where I live, from where he is by train. The group of friends I had in my 20s really liked to go to the casino. A lot. They got me into gambling, and the 5 of us all went every weekend for months. To get to the casino, we took this desolate old dirt road. The drive was about an hour from our hometown. One night on the way back, we passed through this incredibly small town that we always drive through. For some reason, though, this time, we thought it would be cool to stop at the bar there and have some drinks in this town. This town was so small. I'm talking 5 buildings maximum, and small old houses tucked behind trees in the back. The open sign was lit up, so we walked into the bar. There was an old man sitting at the end drunk, and a bartender as well. We ordered some beers and sat down at a small metal table in the corner of the room. After some time passed, we'd gotten fairly drunk, and we didn't see any reason to leave either. We kept drinking, and somehow hours later, I found myself walking outside all by myself. I started walking down a dark street with the small houses. I was struggling to stay on my feet. I was so damn drunk I didn't even realize I was all alone. I was in this dark, creepy, unfamiliar town when I came across a guy just standing on his lawn looking at nothing. He was right out of the movies, totally creepy, just standing there. His head snapped up and he began watching me as I passed by. He stopped me for a moment and said something along the lines that I'd had too much. I began talking with this guy. All I can remember of our conversation was him describing to me that he would not kill me because I had an ace hat on, and that sometimes he dreamed of murdering all the town's little girls. He wouldn't though, because Jeff wouldn't think that was right. Whoever Jeff was, even drunk, I knew something was wrong with this guy. He was clearly off his meds. I quickly walked away and explored the incredibly dark town before I accidentally stumbled into the bar again. I don't really remember much more than that. I think the town was called Locke or something if I remember correctly. It gives me chills whenever I think of how easily I could have been killed, and nobody would have ever known. In fact, almost nobody in that town seemed to be normal. This encounter happened to my mom when she was in middle school in the early 1970s. Her family lived outside of town, so she had to ride the bus to and from school. She was just getting out of 6th grade and had a boyfriend who also rode her bus with her. They would sit together and hold hands. Nothing inappropriate about their interactions, though. At some point, the bus driver seemed to take notice of their young relationship and started to make comments to them about it. He would often ask if they kissed a lot, if they used their tongues on each other, and even once asked the boy if he sniffed her underwear. Not knowing what to do, they did their best to ignore him. On the last day of school, the bus ride went as usual, except the bus driver skipped my mom's stop. When he stopped at the next house several miles away, she tried to get off the bus with the girl that got off at that stop. The kids all knew each other pretty well and were mostly friends with one another. The driver stopped her and made her sit back down. Every stop after that, when she would try to get off, the bus driver would make her sit back down until finally she was the last one left inside. She was already terrified and crying. She said she couldn't even remember if she was praying out loud or not. She just remembered begging for any idea of how to get away from this evil driver. The driver then told her to move to the front of the bus and sit right behind his seat. Instead, she picked up her things and moved to the very back. On her way, she set her books and things in the middle of the aisle, hoping if he tried to come after her, he would at least be slowed down a bit. He finally started back down her road towards her house, but turned off onto a dirt road leading into some back brush. She finally decided that if he even slowed down enough slightly, she was going to jump out the back emergency door and make a run for it. As he turned down another dirt road, leading deeper into the brush, she happened to glance out the back window and see her dad and older brother in their truck following close behind. She shouted to the driver that he'd better stop the bus right now, because that was her dad right behind them. He stopped the bus and opened the doors for her to get off, but she was too scared to move. Within just a few seconds, her dad was on the bus standing right up next to the driver. She walked around him, and he told her to go get in the truck with her brother. As she sat in the truck, she could see her dad through the back window, just going off on this guy, only verbally, unfortunately. When her dad got back into the truck with her, he hugged her tight, like he never had before. She lost it crying. She knew that if her dad had been scared, she had just escaped with her life. Now, her dad arriving wasn't just a coincidence. Every kid who got off the bus after they missed my mom's stop had gone home and told their parents that the driver wouldn't let her get off and that she was really scared and crying. The parents all called my grandparents to let them know about the stories they were getting from the kids. My grandparents never reported the incident to the police or the school, but they did talk to the owner of the bus company, and they never saw that guy driving again. My mom believes that they didn't report it to the police because her dad threatened to kill the driver, and to turn in a report would get him in trouble. My grandfather went to his grave without ever revealing what he'd actually said on that bus that day. Several years later, my mom was talking with her mother-in-law about Grandma's cousin, who had married a guy from my mom's hometown. She was telling her that this guy was in prison for impregnating his 14-year-old stepdaughter. As an off-the-cuff remark, she mentioned the guy used to be a school bus driver in the district where my mom went to school. My mom almost passed out at this news. I know what you're probably thinking, and I feel the same way. They should have probably said something to the police and had him arrested long before he found another potential victim. I do believe they made a mistake in that regard, but I'm glad he ended up in prison just the same in the end. This happened back in the summer of 2009. I was fresh out of a marriage I had jumped into too quickly, and here I was looking to find myself again. I called two of my oldest siblings that lived in New York City and told them I was coming down for a little visit. Needless to say, they were quite elated. I only had to pay for my bus ticket there, and it was rather cheap as well. I had a good job at the time, so I was able to purchase on a whim. Gleefully, I packed up my suitcase so full I could barely zip it up. It was filled with all my favorite summer clothes, jewelry, makeup, toiletries, etc. I got to the bus station and all was going well so far. The lady at the customer service desk handed over my ticket, and I waited for my bus departure to be announced. Along the way on the bus drive, we made a few stops until we got to our transfer station in Philadelphia. This is where things got a bit weird though. Everyone transferring buses got off, and a new group got on as well. I saw a lot of strange-looking people, but none of them stood out quite like this one guy. He had scraggly brown hair, thick glasses, and a real wild beard. He wasn't bad-smelling though, and didn't look homeless either. In fact, he looked quite well put together and smelled of cologne. There was just something about him though. He had this kind of creepy serial killer lumberjack vibe about him. Whenever I travel, I always take the window seat. It's kind of my thing. Lo and behold, that creepy guy comes and plops down right next to me. He started trying to start up a conversation with me. It was innocent enough though. I'm just not much of a talker by nature. Instead of saying much myself, I just kinda listened while he talked to me about his sister's wedding, stating he had just attended it in Philadelphia and that he was on his way back to New York City. I nodded and smiled. Then he leaned in and did the creepiest whisper I'd ever heard in my life. "I'm going to kiss you now." Before I could do anything or react for that matter, he planted a fat old kiss right on my lips. His scruffy beard scratched my face. I yelped in horror and punched him as hard as I could in his arm. He let out this loud, insane laugh and said that he realized he was in love with me. He knew I was the one. Mind you, I'd never seen this man a second in my life, and I didn't know him from a can of paint. I soon realized this guy must be mentally disturbed. As I stood up to cross over him and go complain to the driver, a young woman appeared a few seats behind us, profusely apologizing and claiming he was her cousin. Apparently he had a mental disability, and she offered to trade seats with me. I accepted. The whole time his laughing just got louder and louder, and more disturbing as well. That was the end of my interaction with them, but the next bus stop as I was getting off to get snacks, I walked past their seats. I saw the two of them making out, whispering and laughing. What the fuck? These were strange people to be sure. I don't know if they really were blood-related cousins or not, but I was glad to make it to New York City and see my brother at the station waiting there for me. I ran into his arms, clearly shaken. He asked me what was wrong, but I never told him exactly what happened. Nevertheless, he and my sister still tried to comfort me. I just wouldn't spill the beans, though. I've been a frequent flyer ever since this incident occurred. Even thinking about it gives me the creeps. This happened when I was 9. I left school early because my brother and his friend Sally, who were both 7 at the time, had a dance performance later that day. I was with him and Sally's mom and aunt. I didn't look like I was with them though. My brother is very dark-skinned, and he could have looked like he was Sally's sibling. On the other hand, I'm very pasty, almost sickly looking. We would often get stares when I was with them. So there we were, sat on the bus. 9-year-old me was in my school uniform, which was a gray knee-length skirt, a white shirt, and my red jumper that was tied around my waist. I was sitting by myself in a seat, and I had my lunchbox on the seat next to me. I was minding my own business, about halfway through that 30-minute journey to the theater where my brother was performing, when a guy jumped onto the bus. He was the very stereotypical creeper type. Overweight, smelled unclean, baggy, dirty clothes, and scruffy facial hair. He made his way up the stairs and stood over the seat next to me. At the time, I didn't realize there were so many other empty seats he could have sat in, so I moved my lunch bag over, thinking he must have needed this seat. He sat down next to me, touching me, and I could feel his eyes on me. I was uncomfortable, of course, but being the shy kid I was, I didn't say anything. As he sat next to me for a good 10 minutes, his demeanor slowly changed. He began to look around swiftly and moved his hand down towards my leg. That's when Sally's mom, who was in the seat behind him, smacked him over the head with her umbrella. "Hey, stop looking at her legs, you dirty pig." He moved away after. Looking at him, I don't think he'd ever moved that fast in his entire life. The rest of the journey was pretty okay. I was shaken, but pretty relieved Sally's mom had seen what he was about to do. As we got off the bus, though, I looked up at him, and he gave me the most menacing smile. He winked as I hurried off the bus and pretended that had never happened. After that, I saw him on that bus waiting for me every day for the entire next year, until one day he just randomly disappeared. A few years down the line, while searching for a news piece on a local website, I came across the reason why. It was a mugshot of that same exact man, with the same menacing grin. The article explained he'd been caught with child porn and later admitted to the rape of a 5-year-old girl. My dad is a journalist and a non-fiction writer. At the time this happened, he was a reporter for The Virginian, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often had to go on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, we went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California and back on Route 66. Me being 13 at the time, I demanded he let me bring along a friend. And so we three left on the first quarter of our month-long adventure. It went off without a hitch at first. We either stayed in motels with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel, or my dad, being the outdoors man he was, decided we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout the trip. The first time we camped, we were in the literal middle of nowhere. No one for at least 20 miles on either side, in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, my dad wanted to explore a bit, because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express stop. My friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I had finished checking out that old Pony Express site. We were utterly alone out there, and as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old girl, it soon became apparent to me that we were isolated to the point that if anything happened, we would be completely screwed. That's all I could think about as my dad and I walked down the hill. We checked out the old station, and everything seemed to be going fairly smoothly until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck we'd noticed driving down the old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into the campsite. We were surprised, but didn't really think much of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure of his own. The truck parked halfway up the road, and a man jumped out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no-hunting zone. My dad had become a bit concerned too, because my friend was alone and quite close to the stranger. He yelled out to the man, saying there were children around and he couldn't hunt there at the moment. As soon as the man turned to face us, though, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something was not right with this guy. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, he aimed his gun at us instead. My dad does not carry a gun or a knife or any kind of weapon on his trips. I felt trapped now. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground there. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back at him. In my mind, I considered all the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified this guy would shoot my dad. Then my friend and I would either have to escape or get murdered too. During this tense minute, the guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad using fake gun fingers and fired a fake shot at him. Then he got back in his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. We had a few other creepy incidents that occurred on that trip too, but we ended up just fine and safe after all of it. Two days after graduating high school, my two best friends and I decided to take a camping trip on a mountain that was frequented by locals nearby. Although it's by no means in the middle of nowhere, the town it's located in is a bit smaller than average. It's by no means a bustling metropolis. My friends Brian and Greg were 2 years older than me and had taken the trip to celebrate their graduation. They figured they would introduce me to my college years by doing the same thing they did back then. We packed up all the necessities: tents, chairs, horrible light beer, the whole 9 yards. It was nearing dusk when we began hiking up to the camping area, which was about 4 miles or so from the base of the mountain. We set up camp and shot the shit, exchanging drunken anecdotes while snacking on burnt hot dogs that we attempted to cook in the on-site fire pit. Eventually, we passed out at 2 a.m. Not long after nodding off, though, a noise snapped me out of my sleep. I was still pretty intoxicated, but I could make out what sounded like music coming from just outside the tent. I assumed at first it was Greg or Brian's phone going off and tried to ignore the sound, rolling over. It was at this point, though, that I realized I no longer had my blanket or pillow in the tent with me. In fact, upon opening my eyes fully, I realized this was not the tent we had set up at all. It was just a tarp, which had been fashioned into a makeshift area. My buzz was instantly replaced with full-blown panic as I broke out into a cold sweat. I peered out of this lean and saw what the actual source of the music was. There was a cassette player sitting in the grass about 10 feet away from this tarp I was on, playing what sounded like a homemade recording of a little girl singing. The only other defining feature at this campsite was the clothesline at one end, fixed to a tree, the other on the ground. There were 3 white dresses hanging down from it, swaying slightly in the breeze. The whole thing was unsettling as fuck, to say the least. I tried to make sense of what was going on here when I heard walking in the forest 50 yards away. I froze, not wanting to believe what was happening to me right now, hoping that when I opened my eyes again, I would be back at the tent with my friends by my side. There was no such luck, though. The rustling slowly got closer and closer, and the tape abruptly clicked as it came to an end. The rustling became what sounded like a full-blown sprint and tore off down the mountain. I tore off down the mountain, stumbling a few times and ripping open my knee on the gravelly trail. I didn't even realize it or feel the pain until the next day. I was so full of adrenaline. I don't know how the hell I managed to make it back to the base of the mountain where we had parked. I locked myself in the car and waited until morning. I guess I was so exhausted I managed to fall back asleep because I was awoken by Greg tapping on my driver's side window. He and Brian gave me shit about how I was such a bitch for not being able to stick it out the whole night on the mountain. I just let them rag on me though, because I figured it would be a lot easier than trying to explain the truth of what happened to them. I didn't want to revisit it myself. It wasn't until a couple of weeks later that I dared to ask the question that had been nagging at me. I couldn't help but wonder how they figured I would be back at the car. I asked Brian when we were hanging out and playing video games a couple of nights later. He told me they'd got my note and assumed I'd gotten scared and went back. I asked him what note he was referring to, as I definitely had no recollection of leaving one behind. Brian told me he still had it in his camping bag. After rummaging around a few minutes, he produced a scrap of paper that simply said, "Out walking." I slowly nodded and said I guessed I must have sleep-wrote it or something. He crumpled it up and tossed it into the garbage can. It's been 3 years since that night, and I can't explain the events of that camping trip. I do know one thing though. That note clearly was not in my handwriting. My parents used to live in a different house before I was born. It was a very old house, rather cold and drafty and creaky. One night, though, something very strange happened to my mother. My dad had gone out with friends this one evening, leaving my mother home alone. It was around 9:30. My mom is a cop, by the way. As she was relaxing, someone pulled up into the driveway. She saw the lights flashing into the house. Obviously, she found this very strange. It was an early time for my dad to get home. Maybe he'd decided to come home early though for some reason. She became more freaked out though when a light in the laundry room where the back door leads turned on by itself. She swore she could see the outline of someone inside that room from underneath the door. It was at that moment that her cat started hissing and growling. This was very unusual. She wouldn't really hiss at anyone. My mom was beginning to grow incredibly tense. After a minute or so, my mom decided to be brave and open the door to see what was going on here, only to find the room completely empty. The light was still on though. Thing is, the only way to turn on that light was from inside the room itself. She stood there confused, then went to have a look at the car in the driveway. No one had tried to open the door or even knocked since it had arrived. When she went to check, there was no one there though. She didn't think there was any way the car could have gotten out without making a sound. To this day, she still has no idea what that was all about. I used to work as a machine operator for a factory, doing the graveyard shift. It was only me on the floor and a supervisor in the office. For the most part, it was always a two-man shift. Sometimes he would come to help me bring stock materials from the back or something. You see, the back storage room was apparently haunted, or so I was told by the previous shift worker I'd replaced. I'm not superstitious though, and I was extremely skeptical about what he told me. For the first week or so, nothing unnatural happened at all, which of course only reinforced my skepticism. As time went on, however, I started to notice that the machines closest to that storage room entrance would sometimes turn on by themselves randomly. Not to mention, I thought I started to hear people talking in the back storage room while I was passing by. As I mentioned though, it was only me and my supervisor on that shift. When I or he would go to investigate after hearing this, we would only find a dark and silent room. The thing that crowns all these instances, though, happened a few months later. My supervisor had just finished helping me with a task, and he told me he would be in the office if I needed him. I was carrying on with my work when about 20 minutes later, I heard a colossal crashing noise from the back storage room. Needless to say, it scared the shit out of me. At first, I assumed that must have been him in the back room, and he'd crashed the forklift into the wall or something. When I went to call him though, he was already rushing toward me and demanded to know what that noise was. He had been in his office and assumed it was me as well. I told him I'd been in there the whole time though, and that I thought it was him who had made the noise. We were both confused and mutually agreed to check it out. Just like the previous instances, the back storage lights were all off and it was eerily quiet. When we turned the lights on, we saw a bunch of barrels toppled over and a crate with stock materials thrown all over the ground. These crates were on shelves about 5 feet off the ground, and the barrels were completely full of stock. They were very heavy and were difficult to move. We cleaned this all up and it took us quite a while. He had to use the forklift to put a replacement crate with materials back on the shelf. In the time it took us to fix up the mess, it was now lunch break. He went out to get some food, and I was left alone operating the machines again in this big factory the size of 2 football fields. I wasn't troubled though or scared, knowing he would be back in just half an hour. As the minutes ticked by though, I kept hearing something. It sounded like a woman whispering, and it was coming directly from the dark back room. I tried putting it off, thinking it was all in my head. Then though, I heard something that sounded like a heavy barrel falling down again by itself. I need to clarify as well, these barrels are very heavy. They cannot fall down independently. It requires a great deal of force pushing them over. When I went to investigate, I saw a barrel now in the middle of the room. I booked it out of there after. When my supervisor got back, he asked me what I was doing outside. I told him about the strange whispering and the barrels as well. All this had utterly terrified me. He didn't believe me and thought I was playing a practical joke on him. The security camera, however, verified that this barrel just rolled out by itself from the dark storage area, which defies explanation. Like on the video, you can clearly see me coming into view to check out where that barrel came from and hurry back after turning off the machines. This prompted management to abolish the graveyard shift in that area, and I quit shortly after. I was 10 years old and had just started the 5th grade. I made a new friend in school named Jamie. My parents allowed me to go for a sleepover at her house, even though they'd only met her mother once. My mom and dad were pretty laid back because I was their last child. My sisters were 9 and 13 years older than me. My mom dropped me off and said hello to Jamie's mom. Then she left me there. Jamie and I started playing karaoke when her mom decided she was going to leave. She said goodbye and gave us kisses on the cheek. I remember she smelled a bit like black licorice. Jamie and I were left to do whatever we wanted for the next 5 hours. Jamie's older sister came home around 1 a.m. and told us we should be going to bed soon because we were falling asleep on the couch. We went into Jamie's room and laid down in her bed. Later that night, I can't be sure exactly what time it was. It was pitch black. Jamie's mom came home, and I woke up to a pounding on Jamie's door. I started yelling in fear when I felt a hand cover my mouth. It was Jamie telling me to be quiet and pretend to be asleep. At that moment, though, it was too late. Her mother had kicked in the door. She stormed over to the bed and grabbed Jamie's face. She began screaming at her because apparently we'd accidentally left the TV on. I was trying to hide under the covers, but she apparently saw me and began slamming her fists on the bed around me. She screamed at me, "You think you're better than me?" over and over. I was sobbing, and all I could think about was going home. I was so scared, I begged her mom to let me call my parents, telling her I felt sick. Her mom, though, grabbed my chin and looked me in the eyes. "I know what you're doing, little girl, and you aren't going anywhere until I say you can." She stormed out of the room, slamming the half-broken bedroom door behind her. Jamie said nothing, and neither did I. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. In the morning, when I went to call my mother, Jamie's mother was on the phone. She wouldn't let me use it, even though I asked multiple times. Finally, when she was going to take a shower, I heard her pass the phone over to Jamie's sister and say, "Don't let that bitch use this phone. If you do, I ain't buying you new cigarettes anymore." I was a sheltered kid, and at the time I overheard that, I knew I had to get out of there. I approached Jamie's sister, and she basically threw the phone at me. She was ready to give it to me before I even asked her. With a look of fear in her eyes, she said, "My mom is calling her guy, so you need to go home now." That's exactly what I did. I believe she saved my life to this day. Her mom was calling someone who was going to come and get rid of me. I shudder at the thought. The rest of the story isn't very exciting, though. My mother came to pick me up, and I acted like nothing was wrong. 2 days later, though, it was Parents' Day. Jamie was in my class. Her mother was there as well. Her mother approached me and asked why I never wanted to come over anymore. She accused me of being a mean girl, too. She was talking to me in a way that seemed harmless and therefore wasn't obvious to my mom or teacher. I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a word. 2 weeks later, my oldest sister was babysitting me whilst our parents were at the movies. I broke down and told her everything that happened because I couldn't stop thinking about it. She comforted me and told my parents. We hugged each other and I cried. A couple of weeks later, Jamie stopped coming to school altogether. My classmates wondered what happened, and so did I. I didn't really want to ask my parents, though. 15 years later, I heard from Jamie on Facebook. There was no life-changing conversation, but we did exchange pleasantries. I suppose that's life sometimes. It's so crazy. A few years ago, I got lost in rural Missouri. Like super lost. Backcountry roads lost. I got directions from a gas station where the worker was super pissed that I wouldn't buy his overpriced map. He gave me these directions that included going down this road to this other road to get back to the highway, to get onto the interstate after. So here I am going down this back road when I end up in a small town. It was around 2 p.m., but the town was completely dead. Not a single person anywhere in sight. It was mostly older houses, a run-down downtown area, an old post office, that sort of thing. I was suddenly filled with dread, like Stephen King type dread. There was trash blowing everywhere in the wind, and there was just nobody around. I drove by the town library, only to see that this area was pretty much abandoned too. There were oversized books in the window, completely swollen from water. I parked my car and got out at one point. I walked up to the glass and looked inside what looked like an old hotel. I tried to open the door, only to find it was locked. Through the glass, I could see there was not one single person inside here either. After that, I decided I had to get the hell out of there, so I made it out of town and kept heading on my way. I made it safely to my destination, and later on I googled the town. What I found was insane. Apparently, the town's history was full of gruesome murders, including one woman murdering another pregnant woman to get the baby, a guy terrorizing the entire town to the point where they all just had to kill him in the street, and various other things. The town was called Skidmore. It's creeped me out more than any other place on the 3 continents I've been to. It was no joke, just absolutely terrifying. This isn't my own encounter, but my mother's experience from when she was around 19 to 21 years old. My mother was almost a victim of a creepy serial killer, who I guess used axes as a signature weapon. She lived alone in a small unit in Richmond, Melbourne, and worked night shifts at a restaurant. Because she worked nights, she would sleep during the day and wake up around 2 to 3 p.m. She had a friend who visited her place regularly around the time she woke up, and they would often eat a meal together and hang out for a couple of hours. This was all part of my mom's daily routine. One day, my mom was at the laundromat alone when she noticed a smallish young European or Middle Eastern macho-looking man unloading a washing machine full of baby clothes. It was not a normal amount either. It was a huge astronomical amount of baby clothes. To my mom, the whole scene looked kind of out of place. The guy didn't seem right in his demeanor either. The man looked over at my mom and stared at her. My mom mentioned she didn't think much about it at the time, as she left shortly after with her load of laundry and drove back to her unit. A couple of weeks later, my mom finished her shift at work and drove back to her place. She went to bed and woke up the next day. In the afternoon, she heard a knock at her front door. Assuming it was her friend, she started walking down the hallway, where you could see a frosted window at the end. She saw a small figure, almost exactly the same size as her friend. She didn't have any thought it could possibly be someone other than who she expected. My mom said, though, that as she was halfway down the hallway, her body suddenly stopped in its tracks, and an immediate overwhelming feeling of crippling fear came over her. She was frozen, staring at the shape of this figure outside for a full minute. That was when an unknown voice called out to her, "Hey, come on, open the door, it's me." My mom slowly walked back down the hallway into her bedroom. She waited in her room for the unknown visitor to leave, but he would not do so. Every couple of minutes, he would say the exact same thing. "Come on, let me in. I know you're in there. Why don't you just open the door?" According to my mom, she waited in her room for 2 hours, listening to this stranger calling out to her. She couldn't call anyone for help because her phone was in the kitchen, and she didn't have the bravery to leave her room. The unit was tiny and easily accessible. She was afraid the person outside would see her and find a way to get in. She mentioned that after waiting for so long, she couldn't handle the cold temperature of her room anymore, as she was barely wearing anything. She finally mustered the courage to jump up and bolt from her room to the kitchen, which had a back door. She ran out the back door and down the street behind her until she found a neighbor she was friends with. She went straight to their place and explained what happened. They both looked out this person's window, which had a view of my mom's unit. They could still see the stranger standing in front of my mom's door. It was the same man from the laundromat a few weeks earlier. They called the police, obviously, but the man left before anyone came by. After the incident, my mom stayed at her parents' house for a few days. Soon, she felt she was safe to go live on her own unit again. A couple of weeks after moving back in, though, she began receiving notes and letters under her door and on her front steps. According to her, they always had strange things written in them, but she would never tell me exactly what it was. She did mention that the sentences and words were extremely amateur, as if written by a 6-year-old or something. The letters were all squiggly and written back to front, arranged in strange sequences. My mom would give the notes to the police station. They weren't treated as much of a threat, though. This continued for a few weeks to a month, until one day my mom woke up in the afternoon after a previous night shift like any other day. She felt she needed to go and spend a night at her parents' house that night, though. She left and spent the night there. She got a call the next day, only to find the strange man from the first incident had returned to her unit around the same time she'd left. He'd made his way to the back of her unit with an axe in hand and immediately started axing down her back door like a madman. He was seen by a neighbor who called the police. However, the man left before the police arrived. It turned out in the end that the man's description, partnered with the strange notes my mom was receiving, fit the policeman's belief that the man was a suspect of the rape and murder of a number of girls in Melbourne from the 70s onward. From what I know, he was not caught. I don't know if he ever was, so he might even still be out there to this day. So before I begin, perhaps a bit of background information would help you better understand my story. I'm now a 20-year-old male living in the Netherlands. I've been a geek all my life. Games in particular have played a major role in my life. That's starting with when I got my first PlayStation. When I was around 5 years old, something about gaming just always got to me. Be it mechanics or terms of storytelling, I could always find something to love about it. As I grew older, I got more and more into RPGs, and eventually found myself on World of Warcraft. As I got more involved in the game, I started joining raiding guilds. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a group of players who intend on facing the game's hardest content as a team. The second guild I joined was the greatest team of people I had met thus far. One of these people was a Swedish girl who was around my age named Maggie. We got along quite nicely as it turned out. Her mom was also in this guild too, and was actually living in the Netherlands, so we would often end up in conversations where she asked me to teach her some Dutch, and she would teach me some Swedish in return. It was all in good fun. Fast forward to the beginning of 2013. The aforementioned guild had since fallen apart a while back, and I had joined a new one. I stayed in touch with some people in the old guild. but Maggie hadn't really been online all that much. When she did get back online, we quickly caught up. It turned out she'd actually moved in with her mother and spent the last couple of months improving her Dutch and attending high school. She'd also started dating a guy named William, who was actually part of the same guild. I had met him before, and he always struck me as a nice guy. Other guild members always thought he was a bit direct and perhaps a bit rude as well. But being Dutch, I understood that's simply how our culture works. I was always okay with it. June comes around, and me and Maggie recently finished our final exams, and we're waiting for the results to come back in. One afternoon, while we were playing online, I suggested a meetup between the two of us. I didn't really have much to do, and given that she had voiced her concerns about finding her footing in Dutch social circles, I figured this would be a nice opportunity to take her first baby steps into the country. She excitedly agreed and asked if she could bring William along as well. Obviously, I said yes, seeing as he was her boyfriend and all. Meetups are much safer when you arrive as a couple, and meeting former guild members was something I looked forward to anyway. A couple days later, I met them both in Rotterdam, and we had a great day together. I showed them both around the city since I knew it best. We had some nice conversations and a few laughs, and we ended the day by taking a trip to the Euromast. Before leaving, Maggie had to use the restroom, so me and William were waiting outside striking some conversation. I told him that the two of them looked like they made a nice couple. Thanks, I freaking love her. You know, honestly, I don't know what I'd do without her. At this stage, back then, I didn't think much of that statement. It's just a thing people say when they're in love. So kudos to him, right? Maggie came out of the restroom and we said our goodbyes and parted ways. A few weeks later, we got our exam scores back. I passed high school with flying colors, but Maggie wasn't so lucky. She had failed most of her exams. She told me she was going to be studying for the rest of the summer. In order to properly prepare herself for the rerun of the last year of high school, I told her if she needed any help, I was willing to see what I could do. She was very thankful and assured me she would let me know if anything happened. Fast forward again to September. After our last conversation, Maggie had practically disappeared off the internet altogether. She hadn't logged in to WoW, she was never on Skype, she wasn't even on Facebook. I asked William in mid-August how she was doing, and he assured me she was fine. I thought nothing of it. I even admired her focus on her education. My second week in college, though, that all changed. I got into the metro and picked up a free newspaper in the seat next to me to pass the time. I vividly remember turning the fourth page to read the headline, "Swedish woman 19 from city, stabbed in own backyard." It took me a few seconds to even realize she lived in the city now and that she was 19 years old. Even though the article didn't mention her name, I grew very concerned. I sent her a text message as we had exchanged phone numbers back when we met up. I asked her if she was okay. The rest of the day went by and I heard nothing from Maggie. I figured that if something did happen to her, people would have most likely started posting things on her Facebook. I started typing her name in the search bar. Sure enough, it was already full of messages from people who'd heard she passed away from her injuries. After inquiring with some other people, it turned out William had stabbed her to death. She'd broken up with him after her horrendous test results to focus on studying, and he wasn't all too pleased with that. In the aftermath of the incident, me and some other Dutch guild members went to her city to meet up with her friends from school. We attended the memorial setup and put flowers at the scene of the crime. We also found out that William hadn't been half as nice as we thought he was. During the relationship, he had been very controlling of Maggie, and after the breakup, he began stalking her relentlessly, sending her threatening text messages. She even went to the police to report it, but they told her they couldn't do anything about it. After that, she met a different guy and started dating him. William found out and took matters into his own hands. Thinking back on this, the worst part of it just came to mind. When we put flowers at the scene of the crime, we stood around for a few minutes, contemplating whether or not we should go up to the front door and personally give her mother our condolences. She was our friend as well. We decided against it though, given we might unintentionally remind her about Maggie's online connections, which ultimately cost her her life. When we got back to our car, we saw Maggie's front door open, and out the door came her mother and Maggie's younger sister. I knew she had a younger sister, but what I didn't know was she was only 6 years old. I lost it and began sobbing when I saw her little head hanging down while grabbing hold of her mother, too scared to go around the corner and face everything people had left behind for her sister. I found a very recent article that stated William will most likely be spending 20 years in prison. Honestly though, I hope he never makes it out of there. This story is 100% real. It's about an experience I had going on the deep web. For those of you who don't know, the deep web is pretty much the hidden internet. It isn't indexed by search engines, and you need special software to access it. It's several thousand times bigger than the surface web, which can be reached by Google or Yahoo, etc. It's also home to some illegal things. You can buy stolen guns, any drug you can imagine, stolen phones. They even say you can hire hitmen on there, though I'm not sure I believe that. Any illegal thing you can imagine, maybe you can find it on there. I never had a great childhood. My dad was gone all the time, and my mom was too. Whenever she was home, there was normally verbal and physical abuse. I always needed to have a way to escape it all, whether it was playing video games, watching movies, or even resorting to drinking. One day, I was invited over to a friend's house for a sleepover. When I got there, he immediately told me he had something to show me. We went upstairs and he showed me his laptop. He said he'd got on to the deep web. We stayed up late that night, browsing through all sorts of interesting things on it. He showed me how to use it, and I took some notes. The next day, I decided to try it out for myself. I downloaded all the software I needed, and I was good to go. I went on the deep web. There was a page of links in order to go to different sites. As you keep clicking on these links, other new links will pop up. At first, I only found a bunch of boring websites or tons of dead ones as well. Even disgusting ones filled with videos of people dying in accidents and stuff. Eventually, I found a forum. I can't remember what it was about, but I asked how to get to any interesting sites that were not illegal. One guy sent me a link. He said it was a site that contained leaked government documents. I thought that was pretty interesting, so I clicked on it. When I pulled up the page, I was pretty shocked to see a bunch of videos of people apparently being tortured and murdered in the most horrible of ways. I have a pretty strong stomach, so I was ready to ignore it and just exit. That was when I realized that all the videos were playing at once. When I moved over the browser, there was no bar that let you pause or stop it. That's when it hit me that these were apparently live streams. I clicked on one that said, "Homeless man kidnapped in my basement." In it, a man was tied to a chair covered in blood. To his left was a table, and on it was a whole bunch of tools. There was a hooded man standing by it. On the right of the live stream, there was a chat box, and people were requesting the hooded man do various things, like cut off the homeless man's fingers or rip out his hair. Eventually, one man in the chat box said he would pay several Bitcoin for the guy to gouge out the homeless man's eyes. The hooded man agreed and grabbed what looked like a fork off the table. I quickly closed the live stream. I tried to leave the site, but I found my computer was frozen. I could only hear the sounds of a stream going in the background. A few seconds later, the sound stopped, and a chat box appeared in the center of my screen. I couldn't exit it out. Somebody in the box typed in, "Hello, how did you like my site?" I paused for a moment, not sure if this was some sort of automated message. Then they typed again, "Are you going to answer or what?" I stayed frozen in place, but eventually typed in, "Who is this?" The guy explained that he was apparently the owner of the site. and he liked to greet first-time users personally. I got a disgusted look on my face, and this is where things got really scary. In the chat box, the man typed, "It's rude to make faces, you know." My eyes got wide. I noticed my webcam was turned on when I always keep it off. I covered the webcam with a sticky note. I typed that I was calling the police. There was a brief pause, and then, horrifyingly, a bunch of data was posted in the box. I looked at it and realized it was everything about me. My full name, email address, my age. It even had my parents' info as well. I panicked and shut off my computer. I hoped that would be the end of it. I did a complete wipe of my computer's data and went to get a drink. I was under a lot of stress that night. My mom said she wouldn't be home. She didn't say where she'd be at, but at this point in my life, I didn't really care. My dad, of course, was nowhere to be seen either. I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up watching a movie. I ended up falling asleep on the couch. I don't know why, but at around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up. The TV was still on and was giving off a dim light. When I opened my eyes a little more, I almost screamed. There was a person standing a few feet away from me with a mask on. I flew off the couch and darted for the door. I heard footsteps coming after me. I ran outside screaming as loud as I could, trying to get someone's attention. I looked behind me and saw the man was running. He was faster than me. I screamed louder and noticed I had tears running down my face. I was pushed down to the ground with such force that I felt blood in my mouth. I heard a car speed up beside me. I was being dragged to it by the sound of it. They were going to take me away. Maybe I was going to go on that website I found earlier. I had almost accepted my fate when the man with the mask screamed in pain. I looked over and saw the van they were in speeding away. My neighbor was hitting the masked man who had been left behind with a baseball bat. The police arrived and took the masked man in. Eventually, they caught the van as well. I moved out after that, and I'll never go on the deep web ever again. It was the summer before my senior year in college. My little brother, who's always been interested in military stuff, had gotten a pair of night vision goggles for his birthday. He left them at my apartment one night. I was so bored I decided to try out those goggles at a wooded hiking area / nature preserve nearby. In retrospect, it seems like a pretty stupid idea since I was all by myself and a female. But I was young and stupid. I got myself all worked up at the prospect of possibly seeing a deer or other woodland critters in their natural nighttime habitat. I was very familiar with these woods. My best friend and I had hiked there at night before, and we had never run into anyone else. Our area is pretty rural and pretty safe as well, so I didn't anticipate any trouble. I parked in the sparsely lit parking area and ignored the sign that said the park closed at 10 p.m. I entered the woods, night vision goggles in hand. It was a half moon that night, and that was the only light that filtered down through the canopy of trees. It was pretty damn dark, and I didn't want to put on the goggles until I found a place to sit down. I lit my way with the mini mag light on my keychain. A couple of times, I thought I'd heard rustling in the woods, a fair distance away from me, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. I put it down to animal activity. Hopefully, it was the very same deer I'd been hoping to see coming out here. I hiked a fair distance and found a fallen log to sit down on. I put the goggles on. I don't know if you've ever used night vision goggles before, but the effect is very impressive. They can turn pitch black darkness into something you can see in. Sure, everything appears in shades of green, but it's quite bright and clear. For a while, I had a blast, just looking around from my fallen log vantage point. Some chipmunks played around in the leaves nearby, and a big owl blinked its lamp-like eyes at me from a tree branch. There were no deer around, though. I started to think that maybe they wouldn't be likely to come anywhere near me, darkness or not, especially if I continued to sit right out in the open on a log, so I decided to find a place I could be a little bit more hidden. I made my way a little deeper into the woods and found a huge tree perfect for climbing. I've always loved climbing trees, so it was nothing for me to hoist myself up a few branches and settle in to wait for the animals. I didn't get to see any though. What I did see lit up in bright night vision green after about 10 minutes of waiting was a man dressed head to toe in dark clothing, making his way stealthily through the trees. He was coming from the same direction I'd just come from and was clearly trying to stay hidden, moving from tree to tree and glancing around before carefully moving again. It looked very much like he was looking for someone. It took me a few moments to notice he was carrying something, and when I saw what it was, the back of the hairs on my neck stood on end. He had a knife in hand, a big one too. He was gripping it as if he expected to use it in the very near future. It wasn't deer hunting season, and this was a nature preserve where hunting of any kind is prohibited. At any rate, this guy was alone and not dressed like a hunter either. I was suddenly aware of my horrifying situation. A young woman, alone and weaponless in the middle of the woods at night. This was the 1990s, so no cell phones either. Even if I did have one, I wouldn't have felt safe using it, lest I draw his attention. I didn't know how he was able to see so well in the dark. I guess his eyes had adjusted. I was terrified he would look up and see me there. I sat there, afraid to move or even breathe, and watched him as he continued his methodical and stealthy process of scanning the forest for whoever the hell he was stalking. I scanned around but couldn't see anyone else, even from my high vantage point. I had the sickening thought that maybe he was looking for me. I remembered the rustling noises I'd heard in the woods when I first arrived. Then I thought back further and remembered something else. A white car that had followed me too close behind for most of my drive to the nature preserve. I'd been a little annoyed and freaked out at the time, but when I turned into the nature preserve parking lot, the car had passed me by and drove on its own way, so I hadn't thought anything more of it. Now I wondered if this was the driver of that car, and he'd circled back and seen my car parked alone in the lot. I sat paralyzed in fear and watched the man for what felt like forever, but was probably about half an hour or so. There was a heart-stopping moment when he paused right underneath my tree. I was sure he was going to look up and find me, but he never did. After a while, he seemed to have given up on whatever plan he had in mind. I heard him say, "Man, fuck it." He started heading back in the direction he came from, the direction of the parking area. I stayed in the tree, with sweat and tears running down my face, until the sun came up a few hours later. I climbed down still terrified, gripping the little can of pepper spray on my keychain. I made my way as fast as I could to the parking lot. Clearly the man had been there. My windshield had been smashed with a rock, and someone had scraped all down the sides of the car with something sharp, presumably that giant knife. I'm just lucky I didn't end up with it sticking out of my chest. Thank God for night vision goggles that let me see him before he could see me. Thank God for big trees with sturdy branches. It all started when I woke up to the sound of someone hammering on my apartment door. That was only the first fright I got that night, though. Heart pounding in my chest, I grabbed the bat I kept underneath my bed and headed towards my door. The first thing I did was look through the peephole to make sure it was not anyone sketchy. I was surprised when I was greeted by the sight of one of my neighbors. She looked completely terrified, and she was covered in blood too. I could already see through the peephole that her face was a mess. As I opened the door, she ran inside and started begging with me. "You gotta get me out of here. My boyfriend is trying to kill me." I asked her what happened, and she just interrupted me and said something like, "There's no time. Please, just get me out of here. I swear to God, he'll kill you too just for helping me." That was what sent me into a straight-up panic, because if this guy was willing to beat up his girlfriend that badly, Lord knows what he'd be willing to do to me. I grabbed my car keys, ran downstairs with the girl following close behind, jumped into my car, and took off into the night. I remember asking her if she had anywhere I could take her, like a friend's or a relative's or something. She said no, and the best thing for us to do would be to drive to a motel so she could call the cops from there. That's exactly what I did. I drove us to a motel and booked a room as well. The clerk was obviously just as concerned as I was. All it took was to explain that her boyfriend had tried to offer, and they immediately suggested we call the cops right away. The girl, whose name I didn't know at this point, I just knew her as the neighbor, said she'd go up to the room and call them, then asked me to get her some ice from the ice machine so she could deal with the swelling on her face. When I got to the room, she said the cops would be there ASAP. She took the ice, put it on her face, and burst into tears. I tried my best to reassure her, telling her she was safe and all that sort of stuff. When she finally calmed down, I asked her what had happened back at her apartment. She told me her boyfriend was abusive, and she'd been planning on leaving for a while. That night, she'd finally got the courage to announce it to him. She said he walked into their bedroom to find her packing a bag, and not long after that, everything went to chaos. She started helping herself to the little bottle of liqueur from the minibar, but not after promising she'd pay me back for everything once this had all blown over. I had no reason to disbelieve her at the time. I mean, I felt we had kind of established a bond of some sorts. I abstained from drinking myself, though, because I thought I'd be driving back to the apartment pretty soon. I asked her if she was good to wait on her own while the cops drove out to her, but she asked if I'd stay and keep her safe. She also made the point that if her boyfriend found that blood on my apartment door, he'd know she'd been there and try to attack me or worse. To be honest, I thought it was a pretty good point at the time. I hadn't seen the blood myself, but she was so covered in it I just believed her when she said some had to be on my door. About an hour goes by and the cops still haven't shown up yet though. The motel rooms were arranged in a horseshoe shape, so we'd have seen them rolling into the parking lot if they had. I asked her to call them back to see what was going on. Obviously, this was a really urgent situation. I know there's basically no way for the boyfriend to find us, but I was really paranoid that he would figure it out somehow. That's when the inconsistency started though. She gave me some lame duck of a reply like, "I'm sure they'll be here soon." If that was me, I'd have called 911 again if they hadn't shown up in 10 minutes. So why was she so calm about this now? She was just completely cool with waiting for them for like an hour at this point. I put down the booze. It wasn't like I had anywhere to be. I sure couldn't just go back to my apartment with a psycho supposedly a few doors down. That's also about the same time, though, that I started checking out the amount of blood on her nightshirt. She had an oversized t-shirt and girls' boxers on. Like I said earlier, they were drenched with blood, but I also noticed some blood splattered too, little spots here and there. She had this cut over her eye and a nasty busted lip, but this was way too much blood for small wounds like those. I asked her if she had any other kind of injuries. Maybe an abdominal wound of some kind out of sight that might account for all this blood. She said no, and that it was all from that busted lip in her eye. I started to smell the nonsense. I asked her again what exactly had happened back in that apartment. She started getting weirdly defensive at this point. I was starting to think the abusive spouse story she told me the first time around was a little bit strange. I had no inkling of what was really going on though. That being said, I was tired of waiting for the cops to show, so I decided to call them back myself. All I had on me was my wallet, my phone, and my car keys, the only 3 things I'd had time to stuff into my pockets before fleeing. When I took out my phone to call the cops, she immediately interrupted me. "What are you doing?" I stated the obvious. I was about to call the cops back. She became very frantic. I don't know if it was the way she was looking at me, the way she spoke, or the way she immediately tensed up when I told her I was about to do that, but the mood in the room shifted completely. I asked her why not, and went back to dialing 911. At the same time the operator spoke down the line, I looked up and saw she had a knife in her hand. "Hang up now!" I did so. I'd never had a knife pulled on me at that point, and I can't overstate how terrifying it was. It wasn't even just the knife either. It was the overwhelming creepy sensation of knowing that all wasn't what it seemed. I wasn't hiding from the threat. I was with the threat. I'll be honest here, I basically begged her not to hurt me. To my relief, she promised she wouldn't as long as I drove her down to the Canadian border. Given this was in Detroit, the border wasn't all that far away. I didn't want to catch charges for aiding and abetting or whatever though, so I knew I had to think of something to stop this from happening. It's not like I couldn't tell the cops I'd been threatened or whatever, but I also knew the longer I spent in this person's company, the more chances I'd have of being stabbed. I told the girl I'd drive her down, but I needed to get something to eat first. I played it like I wanted to stop somewhere along the way, knowing she'd reason me down to getting something delivered from a 24-hour joint. She also stated she'd be the one going down to pick up the food, as she didn't want me having the chance to sound the alarm. That's where she messed up though. She didn't seem to realize, to my infinite belief, that I could order from DoorDash and put something in the notes as well. I put a note in the order about needing the driver to call the cops for an emergency. My whole plan hinged on the driver reading this, but thank God they did. I was even able to show her the order without bringing up the notes section that mentioned needing 911 immediately. The cops played it perfectly too. They showed up without any lights or sirens on, didn't park in the lot, and walked up to the motel room without being spotted from the window. Then they knocked on the door, just like they were a delivery driver. When she walked over to open it up, boom, they had a gun and taser drawn on her before she even knew what was happening. She had the knife tucked in the back of her boxers, but the cops were wise to her drawing on them. She hit the floor hard after they slammed her with the taser. Turns out they'd been looking for her because she was the abusive partner who'd stabbed her boyfriend almost to death before finding some poor schmuck, i.e. me, to drive her down to the border. The dude had almost bled to death in their shared apartment, but managed to crawl to another neighbor's place to get help. You should have seen the sheer amount of blood in the hallway when I got back to my building. The whole place was crawling with cops in forensic gear. I thought I might have to drive over to a friend's place to stay the night, but they had that section of the corridor closed off, so I could still get to where I lived. The cops came to my apartment in the morning to take my statement down and fill me in with what had happened. That's how I found out exactly what the deal was. This was 100% the craziest and most frightening thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Just the fact I was part of something like this seems completely surreal to me. The thing that sticks out to me the most is how easily I swallowed her nonsense story at first. How I thought I was helping someone I knew, someone I could trust, when in reality, one wrong move and I might not be around to tell you all of this. When I was back in college, I used to work nights at my uncle's motel, just outside of Baton Rouge. It was a pretty sweet gig for the most part. I was already a total night owl during the summers anyway, so instead of just staying home with my parents and getting on their nerves, being bored stiff during the midnight hours, I got to watch movies, read comic books, order takeout, and get paid for the whole damn thing. I remember those times with tons of nostalgia, to be honest, but every so often, I think about this one night where I happened upon one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. It might also even be the creepiest thing I'd ever heard of too, mainly because of what it entailed and how many unanswered questions it left me with. It started with the motel's fire alarm going off. The fire alarm automatically alerted the fire department, so officially speaking, all they had to do was make sure all the guests evacuated properly. Unofficially though, it was always an unwritten rule that whoever was on duty would try their damnedest to put out the fire before the whole frickin' place burned down. So that's exactly what I did. Once I saw the smoke billowing out of one of the rooms, I ran right there with my fire extinguisher. I kicked open the door and was relieved when I saw the fire appeared to basically be only in one small area in the corner of the room. I let rip on that thing with my extinguisher. Within a couple of seconds, the fire was out and I'd saved the day. Obviously, I hadn't paid much attention to what else was going on in the room, and the fact that there was no one in it didn't really faze me. I figured they had evacuated like everyone else. My uncle had already been alerted of the fire, and he was ringing the motel's phone like crazy. Boy, did I feel like a real hero, telling him I'd basically saved his entire income by putting out the fire before it could spread. He asked me to check on the actual damage before the fire department showed, which was going to take a while. Hence why he always asked me to be Johnny on the spot with an extinguisher if there was ever a fire. So I did as I was told, heading back up to the room while reassuring the parking lot's congregation of guests that everything was perfectly fine. The fire was already out. It was only when I got back to the room that I realized this fire appeared to have been set in one of the small metal trash cans in each room. Somebody had obviously filled the thing with God knows what, then set the thing on fire before trying to flee. About that moment, I was thinking, well, why the hell would someone do that? As I looked around the environment more, I realized that someone had arranged a bunch of stuff around this room. It was all clothes, all kids' clothes. Interspersed among them were a bunch of what looked like child's drawings. When I checked out what the drawings were of, I realized it was not just the fire department that should be on their way. The cops needed to get here too. The drawings were all of kids in cages, sad or crying, with big angry-looking grown-ups towering over them. Another was what seemed to be a kid crying over a dead child, while the people around them laughed. They were so horrific that despite the heat and smoke still circulating in the room, I felt a chill go down my spine. I immediately went to call the cops, then checked who was booked into the room, and most importantly, if there were any children booked in there too. There was just one guy's name in there, Cameron Odell. So what was this lone guy doing with all these child's clothes? The drawings were already horrifying, but it wasn't out of the question that an adult could have drawn them for whatever reason. The clothes, though, those were a different story. Right after the fire department arrived and they were checking the room over to confirm it was safe for the other guests to head back to theirs, I asked the group of guests in the parking lot if there was a Cameron Odell among them. No one spoke up or raised a hand, and no one by that name or any other name booked another room after everything died down. I'm guessing whoever was calling themselves by that name, probably a fake one, had already long fled following the fire. The cops showed up a short while after the fire department did, and I showed them everything I'd found along with the booking under the guy's name. Officially, their investigation would involve looking for potential arson, but the cops told me they'd be looking into all these things I'd found too, if they ever caught the guy who tried to set the room on fire. That was pretty much the last I heard of it. The first few weeks that followed, I kept asking my uncle if they'd caught the guy. Each time the answer was the same, no. I tried telling him about my discoveries, but all he seemed to care about was the damage to the room itself. Besides, I was his hero having put the fire out and all, so whenever the subject came up, all I got was a slap on the back and a "that's my boy." It was hard to get any major details. What I'm left here with is a bunch of unanswered questions and half-baked theories as to what this guy was trying to do. There's one in particular that really sits with me. If the guy had a bunch of kids locked up somewhere, or if it was him trafficking children and he was trying to dispose of the evidence or something, that was a really dumbass way to go about it. Or maybe he was someone that had once been abused and was trying to draw attention to it in some way. Obviously, there's a lot to unpack here, but I really don't know what else to make of this creepy situation. I feel there's a deep, dark backstory to the whole thing, but I might never know what it is. Maybe in the years to come, the truth will come out, and I'll find out just what a crucial incident that motel fire was. Or maybe it'll remain a mystery forever, like so many other things in life. This is not my story as much as it is my mom's. She used to work at a motel in California back in the 80s. Anyway, one day a guy shows up to book a room. I'm going to just refer to this guy as the guest, since we don't know his actual name. My mom got assigned to clean his room on the daily, but as time went by, she noticed he always had the Do Not Disturb sign up on his room. Even a week into his stay, she'd never once had a chance to go inside and clean. This didn't really bother them too much though. The way my mom tells it, the guy was always super nice and friendly whenever he passed by someone or bumped into any of the cleaning staff, always apologizing for the trouble and telling them he'd just clean it up himself. If it saved them some work, they weren't exactly going to complain about it. Anyway, there came a point where the guy had not been seen for a few days on end, and the Do Not Disturb sign was not on the door anymore either. Everyone figured he just checked out, and they'd be able to clean the room again. It's a given that my mom was assigned to the room just like a month before. It came down to her to head over to clean it. As she got to the floor and unlocked the door to the room, a disturbing smell hit her immediately. She couldn't figure out what it was at first, but she continued to survey the room. Contrary to the guest's previous assurances, it was disgustingly messy. Her words were that it looked like someone had thrown a party, even though she was pretty sure no one else had ever gone into the room beside the guest. My mom was still shocked by the smell, so she tried to track down where it was coming from. As she followed it further in, she could tell now it was coming from the hotel room closet. When she opened the closet door, there was nothing but a wet-looking cardboard box on the ground. The smell then got way more intense, and she could tell it was coming from whatever was inside that box. She had a strong suspicion the guest had been using it to go to the bathroom in, so the last thing she wanted to do was look inside. Instead, she put on some gloves and covered up her nose and mouth, then picked the thing up to throw it into the trash. Only that's when she felt just how heavy it was. Way heavier than if there were just some feces inside or something. It was only when one of the other cleaning ladies smelled the same smell that they straight up yelled to call the cops right now. Apparently, a few years before, that very same cleaning lady had found a dead body in one of the rooms. Someone with a heart attack and a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. It took almost 2 weeks before they went in to investigate, and she knew it was the exact same kind of rotting smell, definitely not coming from anything else but a decaying body. They called the cops to come take a look at it. The cops showed up and cut open the box with everyone watching. The officer looked up to his partner with a numb expression, saying, "Call the coroner. We're going to 419. Someone had to explain to my mom that that code number was a code for dead body. Only it wasn't the whole body in there. That much was obvious because the box was way too small to hold an entire body. It turned out to be someone's decapitated head. I don't really know any more details than that. It happened almost 40 years ago now, and I couldn't find any internet archive stuff before I wrote this up. My mom said there was some talk of the head belonging to a call girl who had gone missing a few weeks before. They gave all the guy's info to the cops, but apparently that didn't help at all. The credit card was stolen, and the guy had used the same name on the card. Imagine being that person whose credit card got stolen, though. One day you think you've just lost it or something, and then suddenly the cops show up accusing you of having murdered someone. My mom stayed working at the motel for a year afterward, and only quit when she met my dad and moved into his place up in Vallejo. That story always kept me from ever wanting to work in a hotel or a motel or anything like that, no matter how desperate for money I get. I think I'd have to be very, very desperate to work somewhere you might see the darkest sides of human nature.